watches, and pre-owned Rolex timepieces, all at the guaranteed best prices in Colorado.
At Williams Jewelers, we're proudly old school Cherry Creek North, where people and sweet puppies are always welcome.
And where you'll always be treated just like our father would.
Like family.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Try the new Chicken Bacon Ranch Street Chalupas with slow roasted chicken twice at Taco Bell. They only come as a pair at participating Taco Bell U.S. locations for a limited time while supplies last.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 1 starting at 6:30. Saturday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Boise State with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 2 starting at 5:30. And Sunday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU women's basketball plays starting at 8.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday? You ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Kids to school safe. Take your time. Gonna be all right if you're a little late to your appointment today. Get there safe with the car intact, and everybody will be all right. Cease, we've got a ton to do today. It's our last show before NFL tampering windows open. That's going to be a ton of fun coming up on Monday, and a giant weekend that will be for the Colorado Avalanche. A pretty big test for the Denver Nuggets this evening based upon what happened last night against the Lakers, and that is exactly where we're going to start today, Cease. They won. They beat LA in a clutch game, and it gets even a little bit deeper than that. They beat the best clutch team in a clutch game last night. The Los Angeles Lakers were 17-5, 17-6 now, losers, in clutch games, which was the best record in the NBA in those games, which you can imagine. You got guys like Luka, LeBron, even Austin Reeves who can fill it up. Pretty good in the final 5 minutes, but the Denver Nuggets were better. I don't know if you could have asked for a better start, dude.
Yeah.
11-0. Jamal had 9 points in 3 minutes. And
he was feeling it early on. He was throwing it in from anywhere.
Dude, he was unbelievable in the first half. Need to be a little bit better scoring in the second, which we can talk about. But the way they were starting, you and I said, hey, we want them to come out and show some intent, show some effort, start quarters the right way. Not only did they do that in pretty much every quarter, every time the Lakers would make a run and that 11-point lead got down to 6 or that 12-point lead got down to 5, Denver would answer, man. And then it got to crunch time, whatever you want to call it. That's a 5-point game with under 5 minutes. And it got tight because there's some good players on that side. But the Nuggets did what they were supposed to do. Nikola Jokic messed around, got himself another triple-double. Said Jamal could have been a little bit more aggressive scoring in the second half, but was the reason they built those big leads in the first half.
Yeah.
So you get a win, you beat Luka and the Lakers, you get LeBron's flopping ass on the baseline. I think that's a beautiful night of basketball for the Denver Nuggets.
He didn't even know which arm he hurt.
No, he didn't.
So he just grabbed both arms and hugged himself like some baby. I wondered, is he ever embarrassed when he does that? And he still does it. So the answer is no, because it wasn't that long and he was back in the game. Oh, I guess he was fine. And said,
the dude puts a fake crown on his head when he does something well and then flops around like that.
Right, and then
hurt.
flops around like, oh my God, my neck and my back. Is he Zell? Is he Zell from Friday? Right? I don't know. $150,000 and a pack of zigzags. Anyway, beat LeBron's flopping ass. That's great. But what's even better is you got to win. This game kind of showed us a little bit of everything. right? Because you got off to a hot start. Check. Love that. Joker got a triple-double. Check.
Yeah.
Love that. Still too many turnovers from Big Fella.
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of the game, they were tight with you. You had to pull that thing out. So you got a clutch performance there as well. You saw a staggered lineup. You saw my man Julian Strother.
Big buckets for Julian.
He did, and he has no idea how to give and go with Joker.
No, he doesn't.
It's so funny because Joker will give him the rock, and then he'll be like, all right, Joker, I got you, and I'll go, like, score.
Well, it's like, and Joker's halfway to the pass motion,
Yes,
and
yes.
Julian hasn't taken a step in the right direction yet.
Right. He's not doing what he's supposed to be doing, and he's shooting instead of, like, dribble, drive, give it back, nothing like that. But it's okay when he scores like that.
He made some big buckets last
night.
night.
He did make those big buckets as well. So I think you have to be incredibly satisfied. You see AG rooting him on with the glasses, hair pulled back, Payton Watson there as well. These guys will be back. But it's always great to beat the Lakers and take that L on the way out, Lakers fans. But I think you got everything we wanted to see pretty much checked off the box. Now, it's one game.
Sure.
But it's at least nice to know, and I bet for them it's nice to know, hey, we could still do that.
Well, and look, man, it's you were struggling against teams with winning records. You're struggling in clutch games. Like I said, you beat the best clutch game team in the NBA last night, and that's we know what Lakers bring to the arena. Plenty of yellow and gold at Ball Arena last night, which is always super annoying. Real fast before I forget, because you brought it up, Julian Strother after the game was asked about AG, and he said, hey, is AG in your ear, giving you any kind of pointers or advice? And Julian said, he's in everybody's ear. The dude's bored. So hopefully he's coming back tonight to cure that boredom and play a little bit of basketball. But I thought it was outstanding. I love the fact, great note from our dude Drew Spivak, with a win, the Nuggets extend a record of their own. Denver's the only NBA franchise with a winning record against LeBron James over the course of his career. They're 26-22 against the self-proclaimed king.
Yeah.
I think I like that stat for us to hold on to for the rest of his life.
I love that a lot. It's like the Broncos stat against Tom Brady. So if the Nuggets are that against LeBron James, then keep it up. Because you don't want that guy to win anything. You don't want him to win it on your court. And you want to prove that you can distance yourself now. Okay, if it got close, and we've talked about the play-in a couple of times this year, which is awful, but now if you can get yourself right, get yourself healthy, play basketball like that. Like, that's within them every single night. And I'm not exactly sure why they've been dropping the ball, mentally been dropping the ball, but you saw a sharpness last night. Again, turnovers still, but you saw guys being aggressive, attack, taking open threes, even Christian taking some more shots, and also Christian, especially early on, Christian doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Just run up and down that floor, take it to the rim, and play aggressive.
And he was only 2 for 6 from 3, but he made his first one.
Yes.
And as we've said, that's the key. Make that first one so you'll shoot the next 5, and you make Luka Doncic close out to you on the three-point line and use some of that energy.
Right. So Christian was doing what he was doing. Jamal's doing Jamal things. Again, I'd like to see fewer turnovers from Joker. Maybe that's just guys out of position. I'm not exactly sure what it is.
There's a couple of things with that. One, he's just got to take better care of the ball.
Yeah.
But we said it yesterday. When that double team comes, man, you can't just sit your ass at the spot. Here's the thing. When you're double teamed, and again, if you're the guy that's the guy, you're getting double teamed, and I'm just standing next to you, I'm hurting your opportunity.
Right.
That was so many times last night where not only is where the double team came from, that Nugget player not cutting, which you're instructed to do, the dude closest to Nikola just put cement shoes on and stood there, which brings another defender within the area. So, yes, Joker has to take care of the ball. The other 4 dudes around him can help out a little bit when those doubles come.
And this is where DA can step in and kind of coach him up a little bit more and be like, hey, go back on the film or whatever, and like, look what you're doing. Like, don't stand there.
Well, especially,
move.
Again, so if you're the guy being double teamed, I'm standing back here watching you. I'm watching the double come. Run baseline immediately, and it creates Joker a spin, an evacuation route basically to spin towards that baseline.
Yeah, and he's going to find you, and that's the thing. Like, so get open so he can find you. Not going to complain too much, though, because they got the win.
Yeah, they did.
And they did it in a clutch way.
They stay out of the 6th seed. Which is a one step into the play-in situation. So tonight's big one as well. And rumors are that Aaron Gordon is going to return. That will be a big, big bonus for the Denver Nuggets. All right, we want you guys to hit us up with some Tribe Roll Call. Yeah, that is, who are you, where are you, and what you doing for a buck out here today. Tribe is you plus us. You guys have been major players in turning our radio lives around. So it's our little small token of appreciation to give you a shout-out on the show. More specifically, your company a shout-out on the show. If you own that bad boy, let us give you some love. 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line, and then the same deal over on our YouTube page. All you got to do is get to youtube.com, search Denver Sports. Go to our page, click subscribe if you like to, and then find that Dover and Cecil stream. You are in just like that. Another cool stat from last night, real quick, Cease. Amazon flashed it up on television, so I'm sure we all saw it.
I like the Amazon broadcast,
I
by
did
the
too.
way.
I had never really sat down and, like the analyst part of it, that's where I go to the garage, and do things I like doing, and then I come back and watch the game.
Yeah.
But I was actually pleasantly surprised. And Taylor Rooks I'm in,
They did a good job.
Big fan there.
Yeah.
But it's like they were talking about the duos, like assists to assists, and who leads the NBA. Did you know that Joker to Murray is the number one assist duo in the NBA? They have 120 assists with that duo. Fourth best duo in the NBA, Murray to Jokic, 101 assists. So again, like we said, there's an easy solve in these clutch games. It's Jamal, it's Joker, and it's everybody else getting out of the way.
Best two-man game in NBA history, because John Stockton and Karl Malone didn't win anything.
That's right. Yeah. They got one more ring than those chumps did there in Utah. Plenty more Nuggets to talk. We'll obviously preview what we think is going to go down tonight with the Knicks, but we also got to talk about the trade deadline. It's here. It's NHL trade deadline day, 1 o'clock, so we're under 3 hours. What are the Avs going to do? What have they done? Has that been enough? And how close were they to actually landing Nazem Kadri? You're going to find out coming up next.
Tournament time is here, and so is your shot at $5,000. Head to DenverSports.com/hoops to enter our 5K Bracket Challenge, presented by Bryant, Colorado. Think you can pick the perfect bracket? Prove it, but don't wait. Entries close before tip-off on March 19th. That's DenverSports.com/hoops. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Score big, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33. 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Thinking about upgrading your home's HVAC? Then Day and Night Mechanical Solutions of Denver can help and save you money. You may qualify for up to $20,000 in rebates through the Colorado HERE program and Excel Energy for energy-efficient heat pump systems. Day and Night Mechanical has the inside track on this program and will guide you through every step. Upgrade your HVAC and save big bucks. Visit dnmech.com. Act now while the offer lasts. Day and Night Mechanical Solutions. They fix it right, day and night.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we want to get to some of your tribal call texts. Don't forget to put your name on into everything so we can give you that shout out on the show. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today?
I want to give you guys a little love here on this beautiful, beautiful Friday. Work week is coming to an end, and as is the NHL trade deadline. The window will close at 1 p.m. this afternoon Mountain Time. So what's going to go down? I had this thought last night, Cecil, and it's something you and I have been talking about. I'm like,
yeah,
are we about to go through what maybe could be Chris McFarland's last trade day if things don't go right in May and June? Saying maybe
wow,
for
Mr.
a
Negative
guy
Nelly.
like Jared Bednar. It just popped in my head.
I would say this. I'll look at it from a different point of view, because if I were to have those similar thoughts, I would be like, what's Chris McFarland got in store for us more? Or are they done?
And is it enough if they are done?
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday is like, if you're in Chris's seat, are you feeling okay about what your roster is now? So, obviously, the big target was Nazem Kadri. You and I had talked about that several times. There was some, a little smoke about the two teams being interested in a deal. A lot of conversations apparently went down yesterday. So how close were they? Well, let's go to Canada's Fan. 590, the Fan there in Canada. They were talking about how close it actually was.
I think it was really close with principles done. And
with like before the Waugh thing, obviously.
Oh yeah,
like within.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and
the timeline on that would have been.
I think one of them, obviously, in play was that first round pick in 2027.
Okay.
And that was supposed to go to Calgary along with plus I don't know, 1 and 1, 1 and 2, but
what do we?
My understanding was that it didn't get green lighted in Calgary.
Because they were still trying to put butts in seats.
At the end of the day, Craig Conroy's got to have somebody sign off on it, whether it's right at the top with ownership or someone in between, but it didn't happen.
So did not happen. Nick Kiprios there chatting on 590 The Fan in Canada. So, all right, conversations about it. You send it up the flagpole. Hey, we've got a deal in place. Chris is on line 1. Are we going to do this? And ownership says, what's the term? They want us to do what? Nope, we're not in on that. First and fifth was what was reportedly offered. Same sort of conversation about Nick Waugh, who ended up coming over for the Avalanche yesterday. The conversation about retaining some of that salary for Nazem Kadri. Some reports that was a turnoff from Flames ownership. And I will say this, to be transparent. I wanted Nazem Kadri back. I don't really care about the Calgary Flames. But if I were an owner of a sports franchise and my general manager comes in and goes, hey, we got to trade for basically our most favorite, fan favorite player. We're going to get a couple draft picks back. That's all right, right? But they want you to pay a couple $1 million of his salary.
You could at least sell it, like get a first rounder back.
First rounder. for the Colorado Avalanche, so it's like number 30. But you know what I mean? Like, if I were that owner, I'd
gotta
go,
sell it, baby.
Shutting the door.
Yeah.
You want
What
me
are
to
we
pay
doing?
for my fan favorite player? I would understand from their perspective why they said no. But then at the same time, Drew and I were talking about this off the air. Like, what kind of message are you sending to a guy like Nazem Kadri? All right, I get it. Nas decided to sign the fat deal knowing what the back end of it could look like.
Right.
But now your fan favorite might be pissed off the rest of the season because you didn't ship him out.
Right. And, well, if you're ownership, you don't really care about that because they didn't care to, like, set him up and make a move, and that's just goes into bad ownership. You look at good ownership, they'll set you up and they'll put you in a good spot. And going back home, I consider it home for Nas in Colorado. Like, I think that would be great. And it sounds like it was way closer than any of us could have anticipated. And it fell apart because of ownership. And that's the thing. Like, it's nice that Chris McFarland has a price that he will not go over.
Yeah.
You know,
Like he drew a line in the sand.
Yeah, he drew a line in the sand, in the ice, if you will.
Yeah.
And no desperation. You know what I mean? Because you won't do that. We'll try something out. How about another pick or whatever? Like, there could have been other avenues that possibly could have been explored, or he'd just be like, oh, we'll go get Nicholas Waugh. All right, that's what we're gonna do then. And it stings because we all have the idea as fans of like Nas is back, and he's a fan favorite here in a big
100%.
way for multiple reasons. And Avs country, they've got his back. Well, guess what? It didn't happen. I'm not going to be too heartbroken over it, but it does sound like it was really, really close, which just makes the sting a little bit stingier.
Stingier, yes. And also, doesn't it sort of feels like they're done. Now, maybe I'm wrong. It'd be great to be wrong so we can break some Avs news on the show here, but it kind of feels they've given up 2/5 and a first, unless it's just more draft capital, or maybe you find a way to ship off Ross Colton and get something back with some draft capital. But I don't know. To me, it feels like I'm done, and I'd love to eat these words later on today.
Yeah, it would be nice to eat the words, but we'll continue to watch and see. I don't think it's done until the deadline's done.
No?
And if you're Chris McFarland, you've got different ideas. Go out there and make it happen. What else would this team be looking for? What else do they need? Hey, they got a 3C in Nicholas Waugh, so I think that was kind of our big wish list, our shopping list, if you will, during the trade deadline. And if that's been fulfilled, then anything else would be gravy. I think getting rid of Colton, perhaps, but it just depends on what's your compensation. What are you getting back for him?
Drew Spivak, does it feel in your mind that they're done, or is Chris still working the phones right now to get another deal?
I mean, I can guarantee you Chris is still working the phones, no question, because he's that kind of general manager that you're always working, trying to see if there's any sort of way to upgrade your team. But I think you mentioned it. For me, I think unless you can find not just like shipping Ross Colton out, but finding an upgrade for Ross Colton. Yeah. And hopefully maybe a cheaper upgrade for Ross Colton, because
you don't want to do deals just to do deals.
That's exactly right. I mean, Ross Colton's a guy that's making $4 million and has 2 goals in the last 33 games. It's just not.
That's not good enough.
It's just not good enough. Like he's a really likable player, likable guy. He just hasn't produced at the level I think that McFarland and the rest of the team had hoped he'd produce for. So, yeah, I think they filled all their holes that we needed. We said they needed some depth on defense. They needed to get bigger on defense. They needed to go get a third line center. Well, check.
Yeah.
They did all 3 of those things, even though, yes, the Nas thing is disappointing. This may actually end up being better for the franchise in the long run, because you've got a guy that doesn't have a long extended term. He's not 35 years old.
Yeah, it's a big one.
He's not making $7 million. You can see what you get from him for the rest of the year this year, and going into next year you have him for the entire year. So it could end up being a good thing, despite the fact, man, having Nas back would have been really,
I just like
really
the
awesome.
fact that McFarland drew a line in the ice.
I agree. Yeah, he wasn't going to get worked over. Now, some will say that he may have gotten worked over, giving up a first-rounder for a third-line center, but
I mean, it's a second-round pick.
It is, basically. And that's, unfortunately, when you're in a Stanley Cup window, that's just the cost of doing business. That's what it's going to take to get it done. We all know they needed a third-line center. He had to pull the trigger on it. He probably didn't want to give up that first-round pick. Now, it's not like you're looking at that pick going, all right, well, unfortunately, you're going to miss out on a player down the road. It's mainly just an asset to have for another trade or another guy. Because more often than not, I think it's like 30% of the guys that are drafted in that slot, like that 20 to 30 slot, they only make it to the NHL like 30% of the time. So it's such a small window of guys, but it's an asset that you have that they got rid of. So that part's unfortunate, but listen, tip of the cap to Chris McFarland. He drew a line in the sand. He got the other guy he wanted in this, and it should hopefully be all good.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what it is. Like I said, I'd love to eat my words and say they're going to continue to make some moves, but I think Drew just said it perfectly. They've checked the boxes we all asked them to check, and now you hope that the top dogs, the top 6, do the heavy lifting, which they've been doing post-Olympic break. So let's see what it looks like. They're going to get a test tonight. It's coming right
huge
away.
Game.
Dallas tonight at their barn, and then Sunday they're going to come back to take on the Wild back at Ball Arena for a little afternoon delight right around noon. So it's go time right now for both the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. A couple quick texts here, Cecil, for Tribe Roll Call. Got to give some love to Charles S., and he's asking for you guys to back up off the plow trucks. He says, I'm out here. It's beautiful in Jefferson County. I'm plowing snow for Jeffco. May not be a Wednesday, but don't be that guy that passes a plowed truck. There's a reason we're going slow. Charles, we got you. Take it easy today.
I love those CDOT guys.
Give yourself a little bit extra time, and even if you are going to be late, who cares? Little dirty secret. Our jobs aren't that important. Get there safe, and it'll be all good. Right?
I jumped in the toll road because it was
There's
a little
other
bit
jobs.
slow
It's all good.
just to get here on time. By the way, our guy Wes in the YouTube chat says,
What's up, Wes?
just need Mike Evans to call out Colton and Vala's disappointments and they'll score.
Nice, Wes. That's a good one right there. Evans is never going to get a free and clear pass for what he said. Our guy Debo checking back in. Oh, I love this for Debo. Happy snow day, boys. Right back to you. He's car shopping tomorrow. Let's get to tampering, he says. Remember, Debo was riding around in his mom's ride because his got banged up. So new car on the way for you, Debo. We're hoping for a nice new ride. Stephen Foco. Oh, this is a great text. He just writes in, sha-la-la-la-la-la-la.
How do you spell sha-la-la-la-la?
He went sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la all the way down.
That's good enough.
Yeah.
Good enough. Close.
That's a good one right there. Steve became one of my favorite texters just by sending that in. Eric's at our Doggy Dude Ranch out there in Watkins. He says it is dumping out here. Check it out at dogcatranch.com. Eric, keep up the good work. You think he lets the dogs out and just run around in the snow?
Yeah, man. There's nothing better if you're a dog than running around in the snow.
Dude, my wiener dog loves the snow. Goes nuts in it. Takes him like, you get the little, dip in, like, okay, is it cold? Nope, good. And then he goes ape, you know what.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun to watch.
Awesome.
All right, keep your texts coming. Tribe Roll Call. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line as well as the YouTube page. 10:30 every day, we add a new name to Bose board. It's the last day of trade week. So who's Cecil got for us today? Another trade for the Denver Broncos. We'll tell you the details next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive caregiver. driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today! Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So, folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. And you know I love my cake. So I get that big birthday energy without any sugar guilt. The bottle's small, easy to toss in my bag, and perfect when I need a quick, tasty caffeine boost to cakeify my day. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 1 starting at 6:30. Saturday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Boise State with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 2 starting at 5:30. And Sunday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU women's basketball plays starting at 8.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover.
It was just highlighted for trades only. Started a week ago when we talked about David Montgomery, then he got traded. Talked about Sam Laporta. He's still a Lion for now. We talked about Michael Pittman, still with Indy for now. DJ Moore, and then he got traded to, Buffalo, right? Jalen Wright was the name yesterday, so we continue our trade conversation. We're going to Jacksonville to talk about what it would take to get this gentleman.
Off the play fake to ETN. They throw it to the back of the end zone. Caught! Brian Thomas. Touchdown, Jags.
Trevor's going to go up top. Going to throw it. End zone. Got a touchdown with Brian Thomas Jr.
Brian Thomas Jr. is today's name on Bose board. Cecil wanted to highlight Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver out of Jacksonville, just a 2-year player, obviously going into his 3rd year. One of the things you and I were just talking about it off air, Cecil, that I really liked about this, a rookie contract, a first-round rookie contract, which means you have a few more years of team control before you have to really, really break the bank for the dude if he continues on the path that he's currently on. Had a giant rookie year at 87 catches and almost 1,300 yards. Takes a step back this year, playing in 2 less contest, but just 48 catches. Still a nice number of 707 yards. But, man, 10 touchdowns as a rookie. That thing all the way down to 2 this year. And, again, here's how I'm looking at this trade in this conversation. Yes, his rookie numbers jump off the page. It's more about, hey, how do you get him to be that guy regularly and then still have the value of that contract before you would have to break the bank? That's why I have a lot of intrigue from Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're like, why would Brian Thomas be on the trade block? Liam Cohen, probably looking for something else at the wide receiver position. Now, why? That's the question. Brian Thomas has nothing wrong with him off the field, nothing wrong with him on the field. It's just a stylistic thing. It's like how Sean Payton likes trees. Well, Brian Thomas Jr. is a tree.
Yeah.
Liam Cohen might be looking for more Chris Godwin. Of course, they trade for Jacoby Myers. Parker Washington shows them some good things there. They're going to make Travis Hunter mostly a corner and then dabble in wide receiver. So is Brian Thomas something that can get an asset back for the Jacksonville Jaguars? Yes. And this is something that's been out there. Remember, this is a team that wanted to move on from Travis Etienne a year ago. And then Etienne had like a career year. Brian Thomas Jr. is in that same role.
Yeah.
He's just a little bit younger and a little bit more team control. I mean, essentially 3 years with that fifth-year option. So this might sting a little bit. But I'm telling you, the skill is there. I'm telling you, there's no sort of like locker room cancer. There's nothing like that, right? So the skill is there. It's just kind of a fit thing. Doesn't fit with his new coach. They want to move on, and it's going to hurt a little bit to get him because you'd have to give up a first-rounder.
Whoa, really?
Are you okay with that?
That does hurt a little bit. See, I was actually
You
going
got
to
a first-round receiver from a couple of years ago.
I was going to present the idea of, I haven't even asked you this yet. We've kind of kicked the idea around of some players, back end of your roster, but what if we trade wide receivers and then there's like a 4th-round pick added to it, and the name I'm thinking of is Troy Franklin? Or if you go, hey, change of scenery. Both guys can benefit from this.
Yeah.
We're going to give you Troy. We'd like Brian back. That's not a fair trade for who Brian currently is and Troy is not.
Sure.
So let's throw in a 4th-round pick to kind of sweeten the deal.
You'll have to kick in a little bit more than a 4th-rounder, though.
Oh, really?
Like Brian Thomas Jr. is going to have – I know the Eagles are standing steady.
Conditional third.
Okay, let's go I don't want to say you could do it for a second. You might be able to if A.J. Brown goes for a first.
Okay.
Right? Because DJ Moore just went for a second. What else did Moore go for? Was there another pick? Or they flopped him a 5th.
I think so.
They sent Buffalo a 5th and DJ Moore, and they got a 2nd. So if that's the market price that's been established, I think maybe we can go with 2nd. That might be able to get it done.
I mean, because DJ Moore is more established at the NFL level than Brian Thomas
is. So if you could get it done for a 2nd, there's also another way, because you mentioned Troy Franklin. And I would listen to that, and, maybe they wouldn't do that, but whatever. You're looking for the upgrade. Brian Thomas is a huge upgrade, and he's a true number one.
By the way, I'm just throwing your guy here.
Right. But he's a true upgrade. He's a true number one receiver. How about, hey, you love Travis Hunter. You don't have to play him at corner because we're going to send you Riley Moss.
Hey.
There's a way to do this with Jacksonville. Brian Thomas Jr. He might be like Dave Montgomery and DJ Moore.
So wait, are you adding to Troy Franklin?
No.
Another trade idea.
No, just another trade idea. Just straight up, almost even straight up Riley Moss. Riley Moss in a 5th. Riley Moss in a 4th. Something like that.
Okay.
I think we're talking shop. We're talking gravy. I don't know why I said gravy. I guess I'm hungry.
Breakfast is on your mind always.
Exactly. Syrup. We're talking syrup here. I think it'd be real sweet. There you go. Look at the dad jokes. I think it'd be sweet if they could find a way to make this thing happen, because he's big, he's fast, and he's physical. Done. And again, it's just a style thing.
So he's a wide receiver 1 in the making.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's
with Cortland Sutton on the wrong side of 30. Now you're talking more of my language.
Right. So it's a heftier price to pay, but you get team control essentially for 3 years on a cheap deal. And if you could do it with a player and a pick, awesome. If you could do it with just a 2nd-rounder, awesome. I think Brian Thomas Jr. needs to find his way to Denver.
Kevin Kistner, my friend, you're always a voice on Bose board. You want the big, sexy name that's going to bring that star power and the stats. Is Brian Thomas Jr. a guy that brings that for Kevin Kistner?
I thought so.
Oh, you thought so?
You thought
what do you
so?
mean?
What happened?
Thought so. Met her at the bar. Thought she was the one.
Yeah.
Then I found out she had 10 drop passes.
Oh, wow. That's like, you got how many kids, girl?
Yeah.
Hold up.
You got 10 of them? 10 drop passes?
Girl.
All last year I complained. Catch the damn ball. Nobody could catch the ball for Bo Nix. 43 drop passes for Bo last year. 45 for Trevor Lawrence, by the way. And 10 of them came from Brian Thomas Jr.
Wow.
I wanted him. I thought he was the one.
Dang.
I can't have a guy who drops 10 passes.
The guy can't get better?
I don't think.
Tiki Barber used to fumble the ball all the time, and then he got better.
They fired the wide receiver. Well, I guess he's in Jacksonville.
Yeah, he's
they
in
got a new
Jacksonville.
guy now here in Denver.
You got a better quarterback throwing him passes.
Did they need Tiki Barber to leave before they won a Super Bowl?
That was actually all right from Kevin right there.
Bam.
I think to Cecil's point is you can get better at a skill.
Can you?
Catching
Can
the
he?
football is a skill.
Yeah. Can he?
Yeah.
I don't know. Cortland Sutton hasn't done it.
You know what? I like the fact that you found the little flaw here. I don't know that it would completely turn me off. What turns me off the most is that first-round draft pick that you talked about.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. Going back to the fit, why is he dropping passes? Because he doesn't fit their scheme. Is he a little bit out of position? Is his timing off with Trevor Lawrence? It goes beyond just we got to get beyond the box score. Go back and watch the film. How many of those were catchables passes that counted as drops?
Okay, so I'll tell you this. I started watching the film today when we started the show. Second play in, screen pass.
You've
drop
watched
pass.
him for 5 minutes and you don't want him?
I can't do this with. He's not a playmaker enough for me to help Bo Nix. 10 drop passes. I can't do it.
That is a big number. I'm not saying Kevin's point is bad because that's a giant number.
1,300 yards as a rookie. But that's not a playmaker?
I said skill set is catching the football. You can perfect that skill set. And he's a wide receiver. I'd expect him to put in some dang work. Get with Cecil's boy, A.T. Perry on the jugs machine. You just get some work in. Sorry.
Call Brandon Stokely out. I don't know.
Yeah, call Stoke.
Figure it out.
So you're out for the drop passes. It's a no for you, dog.
I'm out. I thought she was the one.
He can't get better. He can't get better. That's wrong, Kev. You're
He
just
can't.
wrong.
Harsh critic.
He can always get better.
Nope.
Harsh critic Kev over here.
Nope.
All right, Tribe.
And why are they trying to trade him?
Because he doesn't fit. I've made that well known. He doesn't fit. He doesn't fit. He doesn't fit. Liam Cohen, it doesn't fit with him.
No.
It doesn't fit with his scheme.
I'm Team Liam Cohen.
Wow. Oh, Kevin Kistner.
Look at what a traitor. He's a Jacksonville fan today.
Kistner.
Jacksonville's like the worst fan base except for the Raiders.
Actually, Kevin's whole point should have been like 10 drop passes, but Bo's going to put it on the numbers, and that'll go down to 1.
See? Well, he did that all year. Troy Franklin's son can't catch.
All I know is Brian Thomas is incredibly talented, and you want Justin Jefferson, right? You always talk about LSU wide receiver. Guess where Brian Thomas? Guess who he learned from in college?
Some LSU wide receiver coach.
And you know who else was at LSU during the same time, I do believe?
Was it Joe?
King Dingling.
Oh, no way.
Bo Lowry.
Bo Lowry?
Yeah.
He's a Louisiana guy?
Uh-huh.
Dang.
Yeah.
We got to get Bo Lowry in studio and just ask him cool stuff like that.
Do you mind if we call you King Dingling?
Mind? I'd wear a jacket if someone called me that. I'd wear that like a badge of honor,
We
man.
would rename the show King Dingling and Cecil.
Dingling and Cecil.
Bo
Some people
Lowry.
probably call it that already.
So Bo Lowry is from Louisiana?
He's from LSU. He coached at LSU. He coached
He
up
definitely
Jaden.
has a pet alligator at home in Louisiana.
Yeah, that's probably not far off. All right, well, Cecil and I like it. Again, the first-round draft pick, that turns
He
me
can
off
get better,
a little bit.
Kev. He can get better.
Can you throw a player in and move that draft status back a little bit? That's something that we'll continue to have conversations about as the show goes on. All right, Cease, before we get done with quarter number 1, there's this weird story going around the NFL about Logan Paul and Tom Brady calling him a female dog, if you will. Now Logan has upped to the ante a little bit, and a few NFL players are responding. We'll share the details on what Logan's doing and who's responding. Coming up next.
How will the Nuggets fare over this crucial 7-game stretch against playoff opponents?
In 7 games, are they going to even win 4? The bare minimum. The minimum is 4 of these 7. So think of it like a playoff series. This is a playoff series against playoff teams and the Sixers. Are they advancing or no? And I'm a little worried, man.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund. Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain. With same-day appointments, they'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
SodaWeightLoss.com is state-of-the-art, and SodaWeightLoss.com helped me lose 60 pounds a few years ago, and I've never gained the weight back. Why? I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. I had a real nutritionist there to help me along the way through my journey. I joined Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. You want to lose that weight? 1-866-800-SODA. Online at SodaWeightLoss.com. They are there for you like they were there for me. It's SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss is state-of-the-art.
Having trouble sleeping? Visit Mattress Firm during the Upgrade Your Sleep sale. Their sleep experts will help find your perfect bed. They make sleep easy.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're having some fun on a Friday. I hope you guys are doing the same and staying safe out there with the weather that we're dealing with.
Drive slow, take it easy. 10-2, lights on, all that
Slushy
good stuff.
out there, yeah, lights on for sure. I saw a guy, don't be that guy. He wasn't driving very well, and his lights were off. I was like, dude, nobody can see you.
That's
It's basically like
dangerous,
a whiteout out there. When I was driving in from Roxborough, it's a little bit better here in the tech center, but like coming in, wide out, slushy, 4-wheel drive, lights on, drive slow, 10 and 2. You're going to make it.
Yeah. Take it easy. You'll get to your destination. Doesn't have to be on time. Just get there safe. All right, Cecil, we're going to look around the league a little bit. I actually had some Rocky stuff I wanted to talk to you. Maybe we get to it here or a little later. But this Logan Paul thing, and it's working. They got us. They got me for sure. So Logan Paul and Tom Brady are sitting on this podcast, and Tom says, you're not a real competitor. He called the WWE cute. And then Logan takes offense, and they go back and forth. And then what? Gronk and Brady are doing a workout video, and Tom drives by and says, Logan Paul is a beep. And then Gronk's laughing and all the stuff that comes with it. Then Logan goes on, I don't know, Logan does a podcast, and he's on all sorts of podcasts. I don't follow the Paul family closely, but this popped up on the timeline. He's calling out all NFL players, and he says, I will put $1 million on it that any current NFL player can't hang with me in the ring. His podcast host or whoever he was there with brought up the name Myles Garrett. And then he's like, yeah, Myles Garrett, he wouldn't stand a chance. He brings up Puka Nacua on his own. Then he says Tom Brady and Gronk because they were in the videos. So that happened, yesterday? I wake up, and again on the timeline is Brandon Jacobs, remember former New York Giants running back?
Of course, I think he replaced Tiki Barber.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's actually right. He just helped Kevin's case. Brandon is, doing a little video. He's in the gym, and the first thing he says is like, $1 million? That ain't going to get anybody to move.
Yeah.
That ain't bleep is what he said for current players that are making that in their sleep.
Right.
But then he goes, there are 3 guys that I know would take you up on that deal. And he goes, I'm one of them. I'll fight you anytime, anywhere. And then he brings up Le'Veon Bell, and there was another running back who I can't remember. But it's just, to me, all right, one, that's never going to happen. Logan's not going to get in the ring with one of these guys for $1 million. It's just promoting. And then 2, there's a flag football game that happens in Saudi Arabia on March 21st with a bunch of star power, including Logan Paul. Tom Brady's pumping that game up. I'm sure there's some financial reasons for that.
Yes.
And now here it is, getting a sucker like me to go, oh my God, Tom Brady and Logan Paul are talking junk to each other, and they're going to play in a football game in 2 weeks?
Right.
Man, I got to watch this football game. And they got me hook, line, and sinker.
Rick and Morty. Son of a bee, I'm in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I have seen some of this, I think, on McAfee or something, they interviewed one of the ladies that was a flag football player.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I have zero interest in, whatever, it's flag football. There's the one guy who's like the flag football expert, and he's like, these guys
he was mad that Mahomes was going to be the quarterback.
He was mad. Yeah, he's big mad, bro. Like, I really don't care. And then this happened, and I was like, oh? Maybe, you can be entertained by this if this is there's some kayfabe going on here, I believe. You know what I mean? A little bit of wrestling, a little bit of story, but, I mean, that's what we're suckers for. We're suckers for that story. What? They hate each other?
Okay, you're going to build this storyline up and then perform whatever that may look like in a flag football game?
Talk a little junk, like, okay, yeah, I'll check it out, and it'll be more than just like, hey, what comes up on my app when I'm doom scrolling at night?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's that? No, I'll actually watch this, and maybe it'll give us something to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'll tune in, and it might only get me for 5 minutes because then I go, oh, flag football, this is totally boring. Who cares about this? But they'll get me for those 5 minutes. So thought it was interesting, and then, like I said, we were talking about it off air, and I'm like, oh, I'm the sucker. I'm the one that they're trying to get, and they absolutely got.
Right.
All right, I got to ask you one quick question. Before we do that, let's call out our first name on a Friday here for our Superfan send-off. We're looking for Carlos Prado. Carlos, you could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. You might see that dude there. Thanks to 303-LAW-4040. You got to call us back in the next 10 minutes, though, Carlos Prado. And if you do that, your name goes in the drawing for the Superfan Send-Off Grand Prize. That consists of a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 preloaded on a Visa gift card. That's what's on the line, Carlos Prado, and it could all be yours if you call us back in the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043. If you haven't already signed up like Carlos Prado, get to DenverSports.com/superfan. Do it now. And then listen weekdays every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. to hear if your name is called. All right. I think I've asked you this before.
Yeah.
Tony Pauline.
Yeah, he's one of my good dude.
Okay.
Real good dude.
So
been doing this a long
plugged in,
time.
knows what he's doing.
Yeah, do you remember when the Jets, the famous from Radio City Music Hall, when I think they drafted a fullback and the crowd goes, oh, Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
That's Tony.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was at the Shrine
That's like
Bowl.
a classic clip.
Yeah, I was at the Shrine Bowl last year. He's like, pull up that clip on YouTube. And they show the crowd, and it's him, like, with hair.
Oh,
when he was
wow.
young.
Yeah.
It was him as a kid. You're like, oh, no, the Jets. That
I love
famous
that.
clip. That's Tony. So he's worked for Sports Illustrated, SMY, New York City. Longtime guy. Shared a lot of information with him. He's a really good dude.
All right, well, he's got 2 pieces of information out right now that will affect the Denver Broncos if one or both of these things actually happen. So we know that the Bills went and got DJ Moore. Tony is reporting that they're not done in the wide receiver market. They have an eye on Romeo Doubs, who we've actually talked about
on Bo's
board.
Yeah.
And then the Patriots like Alec Pierce, which there's a part of me that goes, please go pay Alec Pierce $25 million. Please do that, New England.
Yeah.
But Romeo, add DJ Moore to the Buffalo Bills. That's where I go, okay, the Bills are going to get a little bit more respect from me if this goes down.
Yeah, and the Bills moving on from Sean McDermott might be the thing that puts them over the top. Denver, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? I know George Payton says he's in on every deal. Why haven't we heard more? And we do have conflicting reports. I think Kliss told us, they weren't really in on David Montgomery. There's others that we can trust locally. Even Mace said it last night at Orange and Blue Today. They were kind of in on David Montgomery. Well, what is it then?
Right.
Because we're hearing both things. I would like to feel more like Mace of they were in. Because you can be in and then something's a little pricey or whatever, although Montgomery was not.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a team like Buffalo, they are going for it. I don't want Denver to fall short. I don't want Denver to basically be Buffalo. But I don't want them in a moment, 5 years from now to be like, let's make the move. The moves need to happen now because you've got Bo Nix on a rookie contract. Your best Super Bowl window is right now. It's not 5 years from now, not 2 years from now, girl. It's right now. So it would be nice if they could make a move for Brian Thomas. Sorry, Kev. But, it would be nice if they were maybe a little bit more forward in their interest in some of these guys. Because I like the idea of them going for it. Buffalo's clearly going for it.
Yeah.
And that's a team that already has Josh Allen, James Cook. That's a problem.
Well, they're in a spot where they go where you don't want the Broncos to be.
Yeah.
We got to win a Super Bowl where we're all looked at as failures and we're all getting fired.
Yep. Exactly. And Bo Nix's story is so fantastic. I want it to end in multiple Super Bowl championships. To do that, you've got to be in go for it mode, and you're not paying him yet.
Yeah.
So go for it as much as you possibly can. And it would be nice to have a little bit more buzz around the Broncos as far as man, they were in on this or whatever. Even if it is paying $20 million for an Alec Pierce, okay, where's the line? Where's the interest? You cannot. And this is the danger of the success they had last year. I do not believe, but I want to send this as a warning. Don't sit on your hands because, we're right there last year, and if Bo Nix is healthy, let's just bring it back, everybody. You can upgrade from J.K. Dobbins. You can upgrade from Cortland Sutton. You can upgrade from Evan Ingram. You can do these upgrades, so make sure you're thinking about that in everything you do.
Got to get a quick text in here just because I like this name here. It says, what's up, guys? Happy Triber Matt. I like you call yourself a Triber. That's cool, Matt. He's in Centennial doing warranty work for a Genesis 1.3 electric. Go Nugs, go Avs, both getting dubs tonight. I like that energy from Triber Matt right there. Keep it coming. We love hearing from you guys. Want to give you shout-outs all day long on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043 or the Denver Sports YouTube page. Get there, subscribe, and click the Dover and Cecil stream, and you're in just like that. All right, let's get back to the Nuggets. They got the win over L.A. last night. They stay in front of them in the standings. Lakers fought back after going small, which is what I want to talk about with Cease. How the Nuggets counter that, and if Cecil's guy, Julian Strawther, is he fighting for some more playing time? Will he get it? Let's talk about it next.
Calling all wrestling fans. Now's your chance to win your way into the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. First, head to DenverSports.com/Superfan to register. Then tune in every hour to see if your name is called. If you hear your name, you have 10 minutes to call us back and be entered into the grand prize drawing. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Score big, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank.
Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Thinking about upgrading your home's HVAC? Then Day and Night Mechanical Solutions of Denver can help and save you money. You may qualify for up to $20,000 in rebates through the Colorado HERE program and Excel Energy for energy-efficient heat pump systems. Day and Night Mechanical has the inside track on this program and will guide you through every step. Upgrade your HVAC and save big bucks. Visit dnmech.com. Act now while the offer lasts. Day and Night Mechanical Solutions. They fix it right, day and night.
You've been sharing your wish for happiness. You've learned that life offers different pathways. But what if your pathway is filled with fire? This is Glenn Jameron, chairman of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Let's be frank, life isn't always happy. You can feel real pain, real fire, like the loss of a loved one. But know this, fire can change you for the better. Just like iron must go through fire to become steel, so it is with each of us. Look back over your life. You may discover that the most painful things give you new empathy, new perspective, and a new realization of how precious life is. You have countless pathways ahead. Some bring pain, others happiness. It's what you do afterwards that counts. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado, and you.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 1 starting at 6:30. Saturday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Boise State with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 2 starting at 5:30. And Sunday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU women's basketball plays starting at 8.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday? You ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
When it's real bad weather like this, because it mostly means, well, I got a honeydew after. I got to go get dog food, but I can go home.
Yeah.
I'm already wearing sweats. I can just keep my sweats on,
right?
Sit on the couch and not move the rest of the day. Basically, what I'm going to do is get home, watch Law and Order, until the Avs and Nuggets start, and then end my night with that.
Okay, yeah.
It's a nice little Friday.
Yeah, oh boy, we got big Nuggets game.
Huge Nuggets game.
Huge Avalanche game. The Avalanche game tonight is the Nuggets game on Monday night.
Yeah,
the Knicks Nuggets is interesting. It's exciting. NBA Finals preview, whatever you want to say. Like, Stars Avs is let's get it on.
Yep.
This is going to be huge. And with the Nuggets against the Knicks, maybe my man Julian Strother can do a little bit more, man. I was very proud of him. It's still so funny to see him with the two-man game with Joker.
He does. He's so hesitant.
He's hesitant, but when he gets the ball, he's like, Joker, you're giving me the green light to shoot, right?
Yeah.
So it's fun, though. It's fun. He can fill it up, man.
Well, let's start there because I actually want to go to a tweet from our buddy Jake Shapiro at Chapelicious. He tweeted this. Julian Strother is into double figures for the 10th time in his last 13 Nuggets games. That was last night, and he finished the game 18 points. By the way, you want to talk about efficiency? It's something I always tell people to watch with Jamal Murray. He had 18 points on 10 shots. It doesn't get much better than that as far as efficiency goes. So he was absolutely outstanding. And when I saw Jake's tweet last night, that was what popped into my head. I'm like, all right, Aaron Gordon's coming back tomorrow. Payton Watson has a really good chance to play on Monday, and if not, it's coming next week. And then we talk about, all right, now the lineup's healthy. Literally, it would just be Spencer Jones. He's not that far away from coming back, and there's some room on this team for a dude like Spencer Jones that can defend and be wacky waving inflatable arm man in the corner with a reliable jump shot there. So Julian is showing, like, from his game, hey, yeah, I've been developed. I'm showing improvement as to who I am as a NBA player, but has he shown enough to skip over some of these guys that we know are in front of him?
Yeah, and that's the thing. He needs to be more consistent. Yep. That's the story of Julian Strother, right? Because he can fill it up. He can score from anywhere on the court, and you love it. He's got a weird kind of confidence with his shot because it's not like Timmy Hardaway. Timmy Hardaway's an assassin out there, and then when he's cold, you just go, all right, he'll be back to his assassin ways in just a little bit. That's Timmy Hardaway. With Strother, it's like wild because you're like, is he going to hit any three? Is he going to hit the logo three? He can do anything, and then he'll get a little bit cold. He doesn't understand positioning or spacing yet. But he's exciting. He's got energy to his game. So imagine if, well, maybe this is wrong-headed of me to say, but I'll toss it out there. You can strike me down if you like. It's like he's got the activity of Christian sometimes, but kind of this wacky confidence that Christian doesn't have as a shooter.
You're right.
Christian's better at dribble drive, putting it on the floor, yamming at home. Strother will dribble drive and maybe pull up for like a longer two, but he still has that sort of energy. And the thing I love when Christian's on, and the thing I love when Strother's on, is they both bring activity. So many activities. They bring activity to the court.
Yeah.
And that's something you can't say about everybody. I'm thinking of Cam Johnson basically just standing there sometimes, MBJ in years past. But I like that from Strother. So if he can just be a little bit more consistent, understand a give and go, and give it back. You can pass it, Strother. I don't know if he knows that he can pass, but like you can actually pass it back to big fella when he gives it to you. But just keep moving, keep hitting those threes, and keep bringing that energy I think that's important for this team. They'll need a guy like Julian Strother come playoff time.
I would say, like, hey, if you made me decide now, is Julian going to play in the playoffs? I'd probably lean no.
I would lean yes.
Just because of what's in front of him. But there's two guys that you mentioned, or a guy that you mentioned there, and Tim Hardaway. We're not that far removed for him having a 1-for night, right? And that's going to come again.
Sure.
It may come in the postseason. Here's the opportunity for Julian to get some playing time. One, you keep your head up. You always have to be ready to go. You're always going to come in cold, and you have to have that confidence that you're talking about. That's easy to have it when you're a starter because just, hey, you're a starter tonight. Confidence goes through the roof.
Right.
If you've ever been a starter at anything and then not a starter,
yes.
you know the difference of how
you
that
want
feels.
to be a starter.
Exactly.
Period.
I was a starter my whole life. Get to high school. Like, yeah, you're like the 8th guy. And I'm like, okay, I'm scared now. So that's a big difference. But Tim Hardaway Jr. not having a good night one night. Julian, you're in. You have to have that confidence and make the shot. The other part of this is when they're healthy. Aaron back tonight, solid defender, both perimeter and interior.
Right.
Payton back on Monday, great defender, interior and the perimeter. We know what Christian Brown is. So it leaves you an opportunity where if Brucey, and I know we love him, so forgive me here, but if Brucey's having one of those 0-for or 1-for nights and you don't necessarily need his defense, you're lacking offense more.
Right.
Those are the two guys, Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. If there's a struggle any given night, I think there is a little room for a dude like Julian Strother to test the water, and he's going to have to be looking over his shoulder.
Sure.
Because it'll be highlighted. One mistake means you're out. One missed shot doesn't mean it, but one mistake does.
Yes.
Those are the opportunities for Julian, in my opinion, come postseason.
Yeah, can't be careless with the basketball, and if you can just be a little bit more consistent with the role that you've been provided, I think that can help put Strother into that playoff rotation. And I love that scoring punch, and again, I want the energy off the bench. Brucey B, you want the intensity, you want the aggravation that he can give you to other teams as far as like being a defender, just being kind of annoying out there as a defender is what you see from Brucey B. So it's a conversation, but it's one for me. I can't have Strother as a non-option in the playoffs. You're going to need that energy, and you might need that scoring.
And then real quick, we're going back to how they counter some of those smaller lineups that we talked about or saw with the Lakers last night. We said you gotta be better as the dude standing next to Joker or the dude where the double team comes. The other thing I want to see, and maybe this is a DA thing. Hey, they went small and then made the game tight. David Adelman decided to let freaking JJ Redick dictate the terms of the game. You know what I would have done last night if I were DA? Oh, you're going to bring your small lineup in? Jonas, you're in. Joker and Jonas are now my twin towers. We're going to dominate inside the paint, and let's see if little Austin Reeves can guard Jonas Valanciunas on the block. Because the answer is he cannot.
The answer is no.
I would have liked to see DA make that adjustment. He then tried to play the Lakers game rather than the Lakers play the Nuggets game.
Yeah, so as we approach the postseason, we can see some decisions that DA can make a little bit better with this lineup. Always love when Big Val and Joker are on the court at the same time. Always love when my man Julian Strother's having a big game. And, of course, we love watching Brucey B out there as well. So, DA, the time for experimenting is almost done. You've got to find what you like to do, what they're good at doing, and then you got to stick with it. Everyone's got to be healthy, so I'm going to give DA some grace. But there's a time when Coach Adelman, your experimentation is done.
Yeah.
And that's within the next 19 games.
Well, by the
you
way,
got to figure it out.
What you're supposed to be doing right now is figuring out your set starting lineup and the three guys that you trust to come off the bench. That's what most playoff coaches are doing right now.
Okay.
We'll see what that looks like tonight against the Knicks.
We got to have a larger conversation.
Yeah,
I was going to bring up Cam Johnson in this. It was like,
that's a part of it. That's a part of it.
He's in the starting lineup?
We'll get back to that when we talk Nuggets a little later on in the show. We've been talking about trades all week for Bose board. That's going and getting a player to bring to the Broncos. You brought up the name in Riley Moss. Is he somebody that they're willing to trade? Doesn't sound like they're willing to trade Ben Powers. That's where I want to start the conversation. Why not? We'll answer that next.
Should baseball fans in the Mile High City approach this Rockies season with an open mind?
This thing may blow up in the Rockies' face, okay? We may look back in 10 years like laughing. Like, do you remember the time they hired the Cleveland Browns general manager to run the baseball team? That could be the case. But for now, I'm going into this puppy with an open mind.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
You're listening to Sports Talk Radio at work. So is your competition. So are your customers. Denver sports fans don't half listen. They argue. They text in. They remember stats from 1998. They remember who sponsors their obsession. Audio, video, or online. We've got every angle covered. DenverSports.com. Make your move.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
A careless driver caused your crash. Medical bills are piling up, and you might not be able to work. Life just got a lot more expensive, and you don't know what to do. At Berg Simpson, your consultation is absolutely free. We'll explain your legal options at no cost to you. Help starts with a phone call to us.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here, and I've learned to grind through injuries and keep moving forward. But now that grind is becoming a breakdown. If you're ignoring joint pain, you're just waiting for a surgery you don't want. At Regenerex, they use your body's own biology, like stem cells, PRP, shockwave therapy, to repair the damage and get you back in the game. They focus on regenerating the joints, not just masking the symptoms. So you need to give my guys over at Regenerex a call today and schedule a free consultation. The number is 303-630-9770 or visit regenerex.co.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, it's a Friday. Might be a little bit of that in my future, Kev. We want to talk about trades, man. We've been talking about them for Bose Board, the trades they can go and get a player. How about trades where they can ship a player and either get something back asset-wise via a draft pick or maybe one of these players that we have targeted and identified? So there's two names here. Riley Moss is one of them, who you brought up earlier and went, hey, if they're interested in the services of Brian Thomas, they're in Jacksonville, this is a player that you can use. And I want to revisit that conversation, but I want to ask you about Ben Powers specifically, Cease.
we know they signed Alex Palcho, fan favorite, and all-around stud as a swing offensive lineman, to a 2-year contract extension yesterday. We know Ben Powers had to miss some time, and that group didn't necessarily miss a beat. So why is it that now the reports are that they're not looking to trade Ben Powers? He's an asset for this team.
Right.
I understand depth, but I also would like to see Alex Palcheski maybe get a bigger role. And with what I saw when Ben was out, it's not this big risk type of thing of, well, then it might affect your run game. I don't think it will at all.
No.
So why the heck is Alex Palcheski not just getting a starting job? And
so this team, and you could make that move next year. That's the thing. And I'm sure this was a conversation with Palcho when he signed his deal. And I know it was a conversation with Ben Powers, because anytime you sign a guy to that sort of deal, the guy in front of him is going to get a little nervous, or at least he can. He knows his contract situation. He knows that there's some dead cap and some savings for the Broncos if they were to decide to move on. But point blank period, they're going to need Palcho as a non-starter because Powers has a better grade as a run blocker, and it's by about 20 spots, by the way. So it's like a significantly better grade as a run blocker. Palcho's better at pass blocking. But for right now, you can continue to go out there with your best option and then have your future option right behind him, because that's where Palcho is. And he's also future right. Mm-hmm. There's a decision next offseason between Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey. And it's probably going to be move on from Powers, plug in Palcho there. McGlinchey, we'll see. You also have a decision, just like you did with Palcho, about Frank Crum next year. It comes at you fast. Mm-hmm. And is Crum your future right, or is your future left?
Can't you look at Crum like Palcho? They're like, hey, we're going to extend you on a smaller market or a smaller price tag.
Yeah.
See what you look like as a starter, and then we can talk money.
Right. And there's another wrinkle in this is Matt Parrott. Like, we haven't talked much about what are they going to do with Matt Parrott. Would they bring him back another round? I was kind of surprised they did this last year. And then, he's a veteran guy, can play across the line guy, but it's also, is he hurt again? Is that an investment worth, retracking? So that's a conversation there as well. But when Palcho gets his deal, I'm like, oh, Ben Powers. Yeah. And then the reports come out of no, they're not moving off Powers. I was like, oh, okay, they had a conversation with him then.
Well, see, and I kind of look at this as, I didn't even think about next year, but I actually went to the trade deadline of this year. I'm going to use the example of the Chargers. I get it. They would never trade in division, especially for some playmakers. But think about what happened to the Chargers last year. You lose 2 starting offensive linemen. And, the 6 Chargers fans that exist go, oh, well, that's going to really hurt us the rest of the way. Let's say it's some other team that's not in your division and they lose a big-time guard, and they have playoff aspirations. Well, you know what you do? You scour their roster. Hey, that wide receiver that we traded for, the tight end room still hasn't popped. Now you have a piece in Ben Powers, a proven player that another team can plug and play, a couple of draft picks, depending on what kind of star power you're chasing. I actually look at this and go, okay, would I be mad if they traded Ben Powers this offseason? No, because I have a lot of faith, like you, in Alex Palcheski, and I think most of Broncos country do. Offensive depth means a lot. Interior depth on the offensive and defensive line means a lot in the NFL. And then I go, all right, depth piece, break glass in case of an emergency. And then when we get closer to the trade deadline, because there's going to be a team out there that thinks they're Super Bowl ready and loses a starting offensive lineman. And then you got those sons of guns by the short hairs, and you can basically get what you want from them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You have more assets. Mm-hmm. You have more things to entertain. You have more darts, if you will. So the Ben Powers thing, the news was interesting because I had thought, oh, this is going to be Palcho's spot. No, not yet. Not yet. It can be and it will be someday. Palcho is a very valuable offensive lineman, just like I would say Frank Crum is a very valuable offensive lineman. Where are they going to start at? I don't know. Because if you're Crum could replace Garrett Bowles when Bowles retires or whatever, which we're not close to a Bowles retirement, so don't at me, bro. But it's also not way in the distance.
Yeah.
No. We'll get to a point where wow, is Garrett Bowles going to be a Ring of Famer when he chooses to hang him up? Because, he seems like a guy that's only going to play for one team.
Yeah,
with Garrett Bowles and his story here, which has been remarkable.
He's plugged into this community.
Broncos have to be ready for that. I think that's where Frank Crum could go. But also at the same time, you have a decision on McGlinchey next year, and that's also where Frank Crum could go.
I think I know the answer here, but who's more valuable in an NFL circle? What's an asset worth? A Riley Moss as a cornerback or a Ben Powers as a guard?
It depends on the team, but I would say the corner.
That's what I'm saying, because the outside means so much.
Your premium positions are quarterback, pass rusher, left tackle. It all has to do with the quarterback.
Yeah.
And then corner is fourth. A guard is a ways down. Sorry, apologies to Mark Schlereth, wherever he's at, taking care of his yard in the snow.
Yeah. That's where I'd go. Like, you need something on the outside. I'm not saying Riley Moss is this, all-pro cornerback, but if I were a team and I'm like, hey, we're picking guys and Ben Powers and Riley Moss are there, I'm going to pick Riley before I called Ben's name. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. Look, if it's an asset and they need something at the trade deadline, a guy that's been a starting offensive guard in the NFL his entire life, that's going to bring a lot back for a trade.
Yeah. Yep.
That's how I look at it. Hold on to that and see where you're at. Riley Moss, you can throw him in on something sooner rather than later, as you suggested earlier. I might just be down for something like that.
Right. And with the depth in the secondary, look at everywhere that you have depth. They're going to make a big move at running back. That's what we anticipate. They're going to make a big move at tight end. That's what we anticipate. They're going to make a big move at inside linebacker. Okay, what does that tell you about those positions? They don't have the depth.
They need something, yeah.
A lesser move at wide receiver, although Bose board, very interesting today. Stay tuned, 12:30 for that. But, I look at it and I go, oh, you could take a spot where you have depth and trade a piece away for a team that gets maybe a little desperate around the trade deadline. Or you could just keep your assets and make this run, man.
Kev, I said it didn't seem like there was a big drop-off when Ben went out, but was there according to the numbers?
So only counting the regular season, without Ben Powers, the Broncos averaged 107 rushing yards per game. With Ben Powers, 131. A 24-yard per game.
That's pretty big
difference. So there's something there, I think.
That's why in the advanced data that he grades out so much more positively than Palcho does.
Yeah.
But also we have to remember, and this is defending Palcho because he's worth it, the dude hadn't played on the left side since high school. So you're asking a guy like, hey, you're going to be good, right? You haven't done this since were 18, 17, whatever. So we have to give him a little bit of grace. Ben Powers is a grizzled veteran and a great run blocker. Palcho's great. It's just he hadn't played on the left side since high school. So I'm going to give him a little bit of grace there.
Okay. I always, this is so easy for me to say as a guy that will never do it, but I'm like, how hard is it? How hard is it to just change sides? Come on, dude.
Wipe
just
with
change.
the other hand.
That's what Ryan Harris always used to say. He's like, how hard is it? Go to the bathroom and wipe with the other hand and tell me. But I'm also ambidextrous. So I'm like, hey, I could do it, Ryan. Come in and check it out. All right, quick text here. Our guy, Maddie the Fighter.
You want a guy to watch you wipe?
That's why I prove my point, man.
Okay.
Maddie the Fighter, who's fighting cancer, and we're always rooting for Maddie. He says, I'm checking in. Yo, fellas, it's snowing mad, and I'm still fishing on a Friday. Our dude Maddie's still out there fishing in this nonsense right now. That's dedication.
It's the best life
there.
right there, man.
Dedication.
Go out there and get your fishing in.
Maddie, send us some pics of stuff you're catching so that we can live vicariously through you throughout the day. All right, I want to continue talking about Broncos. See, by the time we crack these mics on Monday, actually when we crack the mics on Monday, the tampering window will officially be open. So I want to talk about when we sit in these seats Monday at 10 a.m., what do we want to know before our first segment's over at 10:10 with the Broncos? That's coming at you next.
Is this offseason looking like the most pivotal for the Broncos since the Super Bowl run of a decade ago?
Could this be the most crucial offseason for the Broncos since they built their last Super Bowl team? It just feels to me like this is the best chance the Broncos may have in a long time to seriously upgrade the talent on this team.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
When our grandfather started Williams Jewelers in 1947 as a humble little neighborhood jewelry shop, he could not have imagined how big his dreams would grow. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. Today, thanks to you, Williams Jewelers is not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
We're Colorado's premier jeweler, with more of the world's top designers than any other store, including Roberto Coin, Marco Biccigo, Kwiat, Hearts on Fire, Mikimoto, and dozens more.
an entire diamond and bridal department with the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Tacori, A. Jaffe, and Gabriel & Company.
Add to that our legendary Swiss watch collections and service center, and you have the only jeweler you'll ever need.
With over 30 jewelry professionals, master goldsmiths, and watchmakers to serve you at Williams Jewelers, you'll still always be treated just like our grandfather would.
Like family.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Winter isn't over just yet. In Colorado, your furnace has one job: to keep you warm. If it's been a while since your last tune-up, you're rolling the dice. Stoke here. ROX Rocks Heating and Air is local and honest. Get your furnace tuned up before the cold settles back in for only $39. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today or schedule online. Keep your home warm, keep your family safe, but only with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Traffic and body pain can slow you down, but don't let the pain stop you. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief, so you can keep moving. Use as directed.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 1 starting at 6:30. Saturday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Boise State with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 2 starting at 5:30. And Sunday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU women's basketball plays starting at 8.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to talk about free agency and the tampering window that will open up at 10 a.m. on Monday morning. Right when we sit down, it's open, and tampering, because they certainly wouldn't do it when you can't. Tampering will begin Monday at 10 a.m.
Oh, yeah, there's no way it begins earlier than Monday.
Nobody's talking like right now, for example. There's
no
emails being traded or text messages being exchanged. That wouldn't happen.
No, not in the NFL. They're on the up and up.
Exactly. So what do we want to see by Monday at 10 a.m. or at 10 a.m.? We're going to get into that conversation in just a second after I call our next name for the Superfan send-off. Steven Martinez. You could be heading to Vegas, Steven, for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world, thanks to 303 Law 4040. If you call us back in the next 10 minutes, Steven Martinez, you're entered into the drawing for our Superfan Send-Off Grand Prize. What would you win? Great question, Steven Martinez. You'd win a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Vegas. That means you get to bring a guest, Mr. Martinez, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 on a Visa gift card. Steven Martinez. Call us back at 303-713-1043. If you haven't already entered, sign up. There's still plenty of time. Head to DenverSports.com/superfan and make sure you're listening weekdays every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. to hear if your name is called. Also, are you related to David Martinez? And how did he have a mustache in 6th grade at Niagara Creek Middle School? Question I've always had.
Okay, yeah.
Always. Give us a call, Steven Martinez. All right, Cease, you and I, we've been building Bose board. We've talked plenty about some of these free agents, draft guys. Obviously, that won't take effect on Monday, but free agents and trade candidates. What is, if I told you, hey, you got to pick one thing that you want to know before our first break on Monday, so before 10:10 a.m. Monday morning, what do you want the Broncos to get done?
I want the Broncos to get done a splashy move at running back. I really need that bad. Now, the draft is going to be the draft, and Jonah Coleman at 30 would be great. I need a Tyler Algier, something. You know what I mean? Like, we're seeing the reports like Kansas City's going to be on a Kenneth Walker. Oh, God. Okay. But you have teams like Buffalo doing those moves. Maybe another move coming for Buffalo at the wide receiver position. You have teams that you're kind of even with right now. Everybody's 0-0, but you're not even with the Raiders. You're way better than those chumps. But you're even with the Bills. They're going to be there. You're going to be there. I think the Ravens could be there, right? The Chiefs are going to be there.
Yeah.
I don't want these other teams to be getting better. Well, you're like, it was a little bit too much money. You've got the money. You've got the need at running back specifically. I could have answered tight end. I could have answered linebacker. There's answers there.
Mm-hmm.
What's the answer at running back? If they just want to bring back Alex Singleton and draft an inside linebacker, Jacob Rodriguez, in the second round, then done.
Yeah.
But like running back, that's the biggest question. The biggest question. Tight end question. But hey, maybe Davis Webb gets Evan Ingram going. No. Okay, so you've got some answers. At running back, what's your answer? It's not R.J. Harvey getting better. Your answer is adding a back that can go with Harvey, so Harvey can still do his Harvey thing, and your back, like Tyler Algier, can do some of the heavy lifting. So come that time, when we crack the mics on Monday, there better be a lot of buzz about the Broncos getting a big-time running back to help out Bo Nix in this offense.
Now, look, I think that's a great answer. I don't think anybody that says running back has the wrong answer. I am going to go with the tight end, though, because you're right. I'm willing to give Davis Webb some benefit of the doubt, less on Evan Ingram, but Davis will carry that heavy lifting for me.
Okay.
But man, I would have said running back if we didn't talk to Mike Kliss yesterday. For real. I would have just been like, all right, well, maybe it's boring radio, but I agree with everything you just said. But I got Mike Kliss, a little chain gang popping up on the shoulder going.
Okay.
Davis Webb's a first-time play caller. My history shows me first-time play callers aren't, gung-ho to just turn around and hand the ball off a bunch because they want to show how smart they are by moving the ball downfield. How do you move the ball downfield? You work the middle of the field so that you eventually open up the outside, open up some play action things that you can use at latter parts of the game. So I'm not saying your answer's wrong. Again, I would have agreed with you 24 hours ago before Mike Kliss told us what Mike Kliss told us.
Well,
and I'm not ignoring running back. I'm just saying by 10:10 a.m., give me a dang tight end. Tight end of your choice. I've got my choice, but just give me a tight end.
To quote Jules from Pulp Fiction, allow me to retort.
All right.
Because I agree with Mike Kliss. Your new first-time play caller is going to want to show off the tools. Hey, I'm a pass game, scoring points and bunches. The best thing for the Broncos offense is the ability to run the ball. The best thing, because it's going to open up everything. Because let's say there's a threat in the middle, and they get Dallas Goedert or whatever. Okay, if you're not running the ball, do you know what I do defensively? Is I just play cloud coverage, meaning I'm going to rush 3. I'm going to drop 8, math. I'm going to drop 8, and then, hey, the middle of the field, it's a threat because of Dallas Goedert or whoever. Yeah, I just drop 8, and tight end caught it. We rally and tackle him at the ball. That's it. There's a real easy answer. And again, talent and plays and scheme and all that. But the easy answer is, you're not going to run? Well, I'm not going to defend the run. If you run it, brother, you force their hand. if you run it down their throat, you impose your will on the opponent. Football is great because it's like, we're going to do this and you can't stop us. And then once you run the ball, you have a Tyler Algier. Let's just use Algier if you want Etienne,
No,
whatever.
I like both names.
One of those two names. You have these guys running the ball. Now all of a sudden, we have to commit more to the line of scrimmage. We have to play closer. Now Bo Nix does this. I'm pulling the ball back in for those not watching YouTube. He does that. Play action fake. Goes over the top. Then it's a Marvin Mims touchdown. It's a Cortland Sutton touchdown. It's your new tight end touchdown. But all of that is better if you can run the ball.
All right. Like I said, I don't hate your answer. I can't get out of my head what Mike told us yesterday. Kevin Kistner, Cecil says running back. I say tight end. What say you?
Justin Jefferson. No, I'm kidding. I mean, that'd be
by 10:10 a.m.
By 10:01 a.m., a blockbuster trade has been made. No, I would say I still got to go running back, man. I think they still need all these weapons on offense. I think the top priority has got to be one of these star running backs. I would go ETN and then Kenneth Walker, but any of those top two I'm fine with. Even Algier I'm okay with. But when I look back at the most important game of the season, it's the AFC Championship game. I see guys like R.J. Harvey, 2.8 yards per carry. I see Jaleel McLaughlin, 2.7 yards per carry. I need a guy in there where everyone knows, hey, Jared Stidham's handing the ball off. It's a snow game like it is right now outside. That's the last time it snowed. Everyone knows you're running the ball. Go get those first downs. You have to get those first down. You need to know, hey, this is a guy who's going to get us 3 yards. He's going to get us those 3 yards on 3rd and 2, and we're going to keep the chains moving. We need to run the clock. We have a legit guy who can keep us going and keep that clock running in the AFC Championship. They didn't have that last year. They don't have it right now. You get one of those two guys, you're in the Super Bowl.
One of our texters, don't forget, throw your name on here, 720-270. That's a cool number. We have barely talked about this guy. I'm looking up. I think it's only Stoke that has him on our little free agent wish list board.
Yeah.
Rico Dowdle doing anything for you?
Yeah, I mean, Rico Dowdle, I feel bad for Rico because he was a 1,000-yard rusher with the Cowboys. They're like, see ya.
Yeah, we don't need you.
And he signed a 1-year deal to stay with them. Still a 1,000-yard rusher. See ya. He goes to Carolina, 1-year deal, 1,000-yard rusher. And that's after they paid Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah.
So now on his 3rd year, he's looking for his 3rd team, and he's got 2,000-yard rushing seasons.
Well, doesn't that tell you something? I mean, there's got to be something with Rico Dowdle there.
I just think it's the nature of that position. I think Dowdle is a good all-purpose back. I prefer Tyler Algier or Travis Etienne if we're having that conversation. But Rico Dowdle is good. Like, he'll be an upgrade. It's kind of easy to find an upgrade for this running back situation. But, like, I'm not opposed to Rico Dowdle, and I don't think there's anything, like, quote-unquote, wrong with Rico Dowdle.
Okay.
He's just further down the list. And I feel bad for him because Kenneth Walker's probably going to get paid. Etienne's probably going to get paid. Algier maybe gets paid. That's how quick it dries up. That's how quick. Now we're dry, and you're dealing with scraps.
Well, so he might be like on the wave where J.K. Dobbins lives.
Maybe not that.
Okay.
That's the June wave.
Yeah.
But is Rico Dowdle a wave 1 free agent or a wave 2 free agent or a wave 3
Like, are you talking like post-draft to see what teams do, or is it pre-draft?
I personally believe there's a 3rd wave before the draft.
Okay.
So it's like, I'll just put it this way. A week from today is Rico Dowdle on a new team. Might not be.
Okay.
Might not be. But that's how quickly it dries up at running back. Brian Robinson, a week from today, will Brian Robinson be on a new team? Might not be. So some of these names that are further down the list, Kenneth Walker, yes. Travis Etienne, yes. Tyler Algier, yes. After that, some of these running backs are going to be, it's like musical chairs, and they're just going to be standing there with scraps.
All right. Tribe, you tell us. See Kev say running back. I'm looking for a tight end by 10:10 a.m. Monday morning when the legal tampering period is open. You agree with the guys, agree with me, or you got a position off the board? We'd love to hear from you at 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text I mentioned. Throw your name on it so we can give you that shout out. And then the same deal is happening over on our YouTube page, youtube.com/DenverSports. The Dover and Cecil stream get in just like that. Let's check our X. I got a couple tweets, see something about our buddy Robson Walton that caught my eye on Twitter, and all of these major sporting events. There's a couple of handfuls of the big ones that we all know about. If you could only pick a few to watch the rest of your life, what would they be? That's coming up next.
Tournament time is here, and so is your shot at $5,000.
Head to DenverSports.com/hoops to enter our 5K Bracket Challenge, presented by Bryant, Colorado.
Think you can pick the perfect bracket? Prove it. But don't wait. Entries close before tip-off on March 19th.
That's DenverSports.com/hoops.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. For over a decade, Bluebird Windows and Doors has been servicing the Front Range with products built to withstand Colorado's unpredictable weather. Bluebird's Sunrise Collection windows are built to last a lifetime and are backed by strong warranties. Buy one window and get one 50% off through March 31st. And mention you heard about Bluebird from me, Mike Evans. You'll save an additional 5%. Enjoy the outdoors through energy-efficient Bluebird windows. Visit GoBluebirdCO.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Score big, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541. Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app.
Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that X.
Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, Cecil, I got a couple tweets to roll through, and then I want to know what is happening on your Twitter timeline.
Okay.
Up first, good news for Avs fans. Avs coach Jared Bednar at Morning Skate just said 3 minutes ago, Nick Waugh is in. He will play tonight. Immigration things have been taken care of. Looks like Yoel Kiviranta will be back in the lineup. Could be back in the lineup as well. But Nick Blankenberg, Avs debut, is going to have to wait, which is certainly okay. Arturi Lehkonen still considered week to week. Bednar did say he expects him to be back before the playoffs. That's good. Kind of knock off some of that rust. So Nick Waugh, we'll see the new guy. How about that? New guy. Hey, biggest game of the year. You want to play in it?
Yeah.
And he's in to go.
Well, go in there, be physical, make your presence felt, and see what Waugh's got tonight for the Colorado Avalanche. This one's a huge, monumental game, a measuring stick game, and a game, I know there's no Mikko, but a game against your primary rival, and then you got a game against your other primary rival coming up Sunday.
A game against a team that knocked you out last year against a team on Sunday who either one of these teams you have a very good chance of seeing in the postseason.
Right.
So big time games this weekend, and I'm excited to see what Nick Waugh looks like in an Avs sweater and what he brings to what's going to be that third line.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, couple quick ones for me. We sort of talked about this a little bit off air, but Sportico had it. Robson Walton, he's the man in charge and has given the day-to-day to, of course, Greg Pinner. Rob Walton wrote a 9-figure check for a 10% piece of the Arizona Diamondbacks. That happened 2 years ago. And it's an investment that was never publicly announced, is now making it to public platforms. But 2 years ago, they were also the owners of the Denver Broncos. The reason I bring this up, you think Robson made a phone call to the Momforts and asked about anything? Or was this just a straight Diamondbacks deal because there was something already in place?
Yeah, it's probably just a straight investment. Could he make a phone call? Yeah, of course. What kind of response would he get? Who knows? But this is probably just an open investment, an opportunity that came up for Robson Walton, and he took it because it's smart business. And you know something about the Walton Pinner Group? They're going to do smart business, whether that's with the Broncos or a partial ownership with the Diamondbacks.
Well, and you think about 2 years ago, it's before all these changes were happening with the Rockies and Walker and Paul DePodesta and everybody Walker getting an elevator, then bringing in Paul. If we know Dick a little bit, right? You go, hey, rich guy calls and says, Dick, I would like 10% of your company. And then Dick goes, oh, that's a nice check he's willing to write. But then he has a voice and an opinion in what I want to do around here.
Yeah.
And we know that's where the Momforts can go. Thanks, but no thanks.
I think we can do the math pretty easy on that one.
Probably. If somebody writes me a 9-figure, what do you want me to wear tomorrow? I'll do anything.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, Cease, what's happening on your timeline?
What's the most disrespectful moment in sports history?
I mean, Romo spit on a guy. That wasn't very cool.
Okay. I would say, for me, my first response was like Nolan Ryan beating the hell out of whoever
Robin
he
Ventura?
did, put him in a headlock, right? Yeah. Do we remember who that was?
Wasn't it Robin Ventura?
Was it Rob? It was Ventura, right?
Yeah.
He took him in the. So what's the most disrespectful? Drew Livingstone from up there in Canada says, got to be when McKinnon threw Garland's helmet right back in his face.
Sick. Yeah, that's a good one.
So what was the most disrespectful? The step over?
Oh, AI over Ty Lue?
The step over Ty Lue, right?
That's a pretty good one.
That's the disrespectful one. So like disrespectful, cool. I don't want to do the spitting thing because that's
just gross.
Awful, Romo.
Romo should have got punched in the face.
Yeah.
Who was that white guy that Shaq dunked on all over him and then threw the?
It was
threw
for
him
the
to
Knicks.
ground?
It was was it Dudley? It was Dudley.
I can't remember his name, but remember he tried to throw the ball
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
Him
he
when
got
Shaq
all
was
mad.
running. That was pretty
Shaq,
disrespectful
Shaq
too.
pushed his crotch into him. I think that was Chris Dudley.
All right, that's a
I
pretty
believe so.
disrespectful move.
Yeah.
Dude, you've got the sweet ass jersey. You should show the YouTube crowd what you
if you're
picked
on
up
YouTube,
today.
you can check this out. Hardwood Classic, Toronto Raptors,
That
Vince
thing is
Carter
so
jersey.
badass. And you don't have to, I mean, everybody knows his moment.
Yeah,
that dude jumped over a guy in the Olympics, rubbed it all over his head, and yammed all over him.
I feel bad because have you ever watched, they did like a little mini documentary on that guy, that French guy that got
I didn't
dunked
know that.
on? He's like, he was suicidal after that. Like,
no.
So that story, while it was like one of the coolest moments, then I realized, or you learn what that player, he's that guy.
Yeah.
You just, Vince Carter jumped over you, dunked, KG's over there just screaming, but then that guy went through a massive depression because you would think to be in that spot, like he was a very good European player. He's a very good French player. And then after VC posterized him, like the eternal poster, is that the most disrespectful play?
That's pretty disrespectful.
I just saw the one when McKinnon threw a guy's helmet in his face.
That's so good.
It's like
that was when Phoenix had a team.
That was pretty awesome.
Now.
That was pretty awesome.
What about Joe Sakic scoring a goal and turning around and beating up a guy?
That's pretty good.
That was
pretty
good.
damn good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking
That's how do you like them apples, Gilmore?
Right.
Right by Sakic, right by Sakic, right by
yeah.
Sakic.
That's a great moment. That's a great moment.
Right by second.
What about Kadri and the Blues, the hat trick?
Oh, scoring on Bennington after he
throwing
was a
the
big
water
fat
bottle. He's
crybaby.
like, all right, hat trick now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Does
Yep.
hockey have more of these moments than other sports do?
Did you see Nathan McKinnon the other night? It's not disrespectful. It's actually respectful for your teammate. I don't remember what game it was, but they were trying to shove somebody into the boards. McKinnon gets up and just punches him. That's disrespectful, trying to push a guy over into the boards.
Right.
And then McKinnon got up and punched him in the ribs. That was pretty sweet.
Right in his beak.
McKinnon is like, if you rub him the wrong way, he is going to murder you.
I would say any sort of Dikembe block, right?
Yeah.
Let's bring it to basketball for a moment.
You know what, kind of off the board? Remember when Matt Barnes tried to fake Kobe out? And
Yeah.
It's
And he
like
just sat there
disrespectful
chewing
that
his gum.
Kobe was absolutely not afraid of Matt Barnes in any way.
Yeah.
That's
so
like
that-
disrespect in the good way.
We got a couple of Kobe ones right
Yeah.
there. I would say the LaFonso Ellis when he cupped that.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone remembers that
Yeah.
play because guy goes in for a layup or whatever, and Fonz just goes boom and cups the basketball, brings it down.
That
like,
was sick.
Yeah, that was an awesome play. Why don't we have more football plays like that? Like one of the most disrespectful moments.
I mean, how many guys have Derrick Henry disrespect with that stiff arm, shoving them to the ground like they're a fourth
throwing
grader?
him down. Saquon Barkley maybe reverse jumping
Yeah.
over a guy. Like that was not necessarily disrespectful, but just one of those like, oh my God. So
Oh.
send us your moments.
Dude.
RamosLaw.com text line.
Chris, the garage door guy, crushed this. Antonio Brown when he Spartan kicked the Bengals player. I think it was the
It was
kicker.
a punter.
wasn't
It was a punter, yeah.
When he just literally
'Cause he was a
karate
returner,
kicked him.
and he jumped up and he put his
That's
foot
a
right in the
great
middle of
one,
his
dude.
chest. It was an awesome play. They should have not fined him.
No.
I mean, one, it's a kicker, and kickers aren't football players. It's a punter. And then two, it's like, what? He jumped up and he kicked him and he got him out of his way. He kept running.
T.O. at the Star.
Okay,
For the
T.O.,
Cowboys.
yes.
That's a
Okay, here
good
comes
one.
more football ones.
Beast mode crotch grab end zone.
Of course,
the Beast
yes,
Quake.
yes.
That's always a good one. We love that guy.
Over and.
That's a real good. Oh, Eddie Mack, the Super Bowl pancake point.
Oh, God.
That's great right there.
Yeah, in a Super Bowl where, correct me if I'm wrong, Eddie Mack didn't have a catch.
Really?
In 32.
So just laying
I
dudes
believe,
out.
Kev, double check me on that. I believe Eddie Mack didn't have a catch in Super Bowl 32, but he had that block, and he pointed down at a guy and started talking trash. So, yeah, we love Eddie Mack for that.
Oh, dude, how could we forget this? We're getting it from multiple people. Farron from Menosa. Aqib Talib snatching the chain off of Michael Crabtree.
Of course.
That's
yes.
an outstanding. Or remember when Aqib Talib said about Henry Douglas? We share the
Harry
same
Douglas.
age. Harry Douglas.
Yeah.
We share the same ages. So when I see him in Atlanta, I'm going to beat his ass.
Oh, so 32, he did have 2 catches. Okay, thank you, Kev.
That's a great one. Oh, I'm sorry to bring this one up. Pippen dunking on Ewing. Remember that one?
Ewing always got punked. You don't
Yeah.
have to apologize for that.
Was it, who did Jordan dunk when he hit him with the, remember the little double point
No,
thing?
that was Kemp. Kemp
Oh,
did
it
that.
was Sean Kemp.
And he
You're
did that
right.
on the.
You're right.
Didn't he do it on a Pacers dude? And he
Was
did
it Rick
that-
Smits?
No, it wasn't Rick Smits. It was the one because he dabbed him up afterwards.
Okay.
He
'Cause
dunked
he
on
hit him with the little
Biggie, help me out. He dunked on him and then he pointed at him. Oh no, it was the Warrior guy. What's his name? Damn it! Because there's a name for that dunk.
Okay.
There's a name for that dunk because
Someone will help us
Gatlin.
out.
It was Chris
okay.
Gatlin.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was Gatlin. He dunks on Gatlin and he goes down and he points at him and like they dap it up afterwards. Because when you get dunked on like that, what are you gonna do? You just gotta take it.
That's right.
Right? And
you can't do
Gatlin did.
anything. All right, well, dude, we're getting a ton. Steve Atwater, Christian Okoye, of course. That's
Yeah.
also a monster hit.
Yes.
Those
So keep
ones
them coming,
are
man. The
always.
most disrespectful play in sports.
MJ when he finger wagged Mutombo.
MJ pretty much doing anything.
Yeah. That's a great question. That's fun. Keep that coming. We're going to have to do that throughout the course of the entire show. Most disrespectful play in sports. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, and the same deal at YouTube. Denver Sports YouTube page, Dover and Cecil stream. That'll be fun throughout the rest of the show. All right, we got to get into our lunch hour. Lunch hour on a Friday. We're halfway through this, guys. A lot was on the line last night for the Nuggets when they hosted Luka and the Lakers. Joker and Jamal, they were up for that challenge. Let's look back at how they beat L.A. Plus, NHL trade deadline now is an hour away. Are we done with the Avs moves? We're going to ask Evan Rawal from the Denver Gazette that question next.
How will the Nuggets fare over this crucial 7-game stretch against playoff opponents?
In 7 games, are they going to even win 4? The bare minimum. The minimum is 4 of these 7. So think of it like a playoff series. This is a playoff series against playoff teams and the Sixers. Are they advancing or no? And I'm a little worried, man.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975. Hey, it's Philip Lindsay here. During my football career, I've seen every kind of medical tech there is. I finally stopped ignoring my joint pain, and I want to tell you guys about RegenRx. They have a blueprint to recovery that is next level. From stem cells to shockwave therapy, it's non-surgical and there's no downtime. Don't just settle for average results with outdated equipment. Go to a clinic that's leading the way. RegenRx offers free consultations, so you need to give them a call today at 303-630-9770 today, or visit regenrx.co and let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you. Take back control of your life.
Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 1 starting at 6:30. Saturday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Boise State with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 2 starting at 5:30. And Sunday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU women's basketball plays starting at 8.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Lunchtime, sha-la-la-la-la-la.
Feels so good.
That's nice right there. Like I can look outside and see the crappy weather, and then I can hear Montel in my... It's like Montel Jordan's in my ears, man. And it makes it all good. Happy Friday to the tribe out there. Lunchtime, you know what we call lunchtime on a Friday? That's a little NRL action. No return lunch. Laptop up, office light on, and get the hell up out of there, and no one will be the wiser. You know why? Here's a little secret again. Your boss is doing it too. So leave after they leave, and no one will know what's going on. That's the best part about our Fridays. Fired up to be here with you guys. Tons to talk about. The trade deadline is now officially under an hour. We're going to talk to the Gazette's Evan Wall coming up in about 15 minutes from right now about what the Avs have done and if they're done or not making moves. In the meantime, we're going to look back at what went down last night with the Denver Nuggets. They beat the Lakers once again. They beat LeBron James once again. They're actually the only team in NBA history to have a winning record against LeBron James at 26-22. That'll never get old to talk about. How the game went down? Well, they were ready to start this game. They started 11-0, and Jamal Murray had 9 of those 11 points. In fact, he had 20 of his, what he finished with, 28 coming in the first half. He was red hot in the first half, and then Nikola Jokic said, let me do some of that heavy lifting in the second half, as he also finished with 28, 12 rebounds, and 13 assists. By the way, Nikola's quest, now with just 19 games left, this is what can really win him the MVP, in my opinion. He is on track to be the only player in the history of this league, and they've been playing, close to 80 years, maybe over 80 at this point, to lead the league in both assists and rebounds. If you're a dude in the NBA that's done something that's never been done before, I think that warrants some MVP conversation.
Yeah, every single time we turn around with Joker, it's history. I do believe now, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I saw this on Twitter, and I liked it so I could talk about it, and then there was a whole bunch of other stuff
Some
I was
Latina
liking on
baddies
Twitter.
in the way?
So I just lost it.
I shouldn't say in the way. They're never in the way.
Never. I believe he has 82 triple-doubles that are in the third quarter, that are within 3 quarters.
Yep. And by the way, the fastest triple-double of all time with 13 minutes
He has
played.
a season's worth of triple-doubles in 3 quarters of play. So, yeah, it's remarkable. It's ridiculous. The MVP conversation, I'm always one to be like, are they going to win the championship?
Real fast. James Harden has 82 career triple-doubles. Nikola has 82 triple-doubles before the fourth quarter.
Yes, exactly. So that's a nice stat to throw out there as well. So big fella, MVP. Yeah. Baby. Can they do what they did last night? Can you do what you did earlier, please? Can you do that against the Knicks? What about OKC? Monumental game coming up on Monday in their barn, so we'll see what happens there. But with Joker, it's about lessening those turnovers, man. We'll talk about this game. We'll talk about Julian Strother. We'll talk about what the Nuggets did, starting out hot, Jamal throwing it in from anywhere on the planet. It was going in. It was so much fun. But I love the way that they closed. But I'm a little, not fearful, but I'm a little concerned because of the way they had to close. Now, I'm glad they did it because we've seen too many times with the Nuggets team in clutch games where they're not winning. They're not closing. They're not getting that coffee for closers. So this time they did that. That was awesome, but you also let the Lake Show come back in. And you didn't really need to do that, especially based on your hot start. And you did it because you got careless with the ball. And big fella, the trend continues with Nikola Jokic. Way too many turnovers, man. That's got to be cleaned up.
I'm going to agree with you that dude, he almost had a quadruple-double. He's a turnover away from a quadruple-double with turnovers, which is something you never want.
No.
I would say this. I get what you're saying, and yes, it's something to keep an eye on of them letting a team come back, but I'm going to go, hey, I'm going to look at this in an optimistic lens of every run, and you and I talked about this earlier. The Nuggets were up double digits, felt like most of the game. It's a wire-to-wire win against a team that you had to win because it was a full game swing with the standings last night. Every time the Nuggets would chip away and that lead gets down to single digits, I felt like the Nuggets had an answer until, you said it, about, what'd you say, Joker came in at 7:41 last night, and then that's, 2 minutes into that, it's really getting down to a 5-point game with 5 minutes left. And if Jamal Murray were playing the kind of basketball he played in the first half, I don't think that it gets to this clutch, crunch time type of basketball game. I'm not saying it's Jamal's fault, because like I said, Joker started to do a little bit more heavy lifting, but if he was shooting the way you said it, he was throwing rocks in the ocean. If that was going on in the second half, even more specifically, 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and he was kind of cooled down in the second half up until that point, I don't think it becomes this close game. And by the way, the Lakers are the NBA's best clutch team in the association at 17-6. It was obviously 17-5 last night. So they're really good in crunch time.
Right.
The Nuggets are really bad in crunch time, but that was really the only time I saw, and we're still talking about a 7-point win here. We're a bucket away from double digits of them not nipping that run in the bud immediately and letting them kind of contend.
And I like that when they're able to do that. So, again, it's a good win. It's a start. We'd said in the next 7 games up, you've got contenders and the Sixers. But, like, in these next 7 games, what's your record? I had said, I don't know if they can get to 4-3. They're 1-0.
Yeah.
They're 1-0. So
1 win away from a coffee for me.
Exactly. I thought the coffee bet was weird because I was like, they have to beat OKC or they...
No, I said 2-0 for the weekend. Monday is OKC.
Oh, okay. And I was saying, like, we got to wait till Tuesday because I got to see if they can beat OKC because I feel they could beat OKC, but I didn't think they'd win last night.
Yeah.
So I was already wrong, and I should have had more belief in my man Julian Strother, who was out there splashing it in from all sorts of places and kind of learning his flow. He's definitely one of those guys, like, you give him the ball, he's going to shoot the ball. He's going to maybe not know what to do with it at times, but then he's going to find his way to the basket, and he's going to shoot it. That's something you really love about Julian Strother. You want to work him better with Nikola Jokic as far as that two-man game goes. He's very uncomfortable with that. You can tell because it's not a give and go. It's a give, and I get to shoot it now, right, big fella?
Right.
And it's funny because
like, give it back quick.
Joker will set up. He'll set up for the pass, and Julian won't know what he's supposed to do. But then he'll pass it to Julian, and then big fella might be expecting it back, maybe even hand up sometimes, and Julian will be like, I'm shooting it.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm not giving you this basketball back.
Right.
Julian was great on offense. Like I said, Jamal, great on offense in that first half.
Slowed down.
And then slowed down a little bit. But defensively, again, this has been a bugaboo for this team. At the beginning of the season, we just said it's a race to 130. Felt like that turned into a race to 120. They won last night, 120 to 113. Keeping your opponent in that 107 to, we can call it 113 range. It's going to give you a bunch of chances to win, but you have to have a focus on defense, and Jamal Murray says that's exactly what they've been doing as of late.
I think there's more intention on it. We're not even talking about offense. We're just talking about defense and what we can do to slow different guys down and where help should be coming from. So I think just our focus of what we're trying to accomplish is so much on defense right now. It's good that it's getting better.
I mean, it is absolutely getting better, and I actually like the fact that now you can't completely ignore what your offensive sets and plan is on offense, but you have Jamal Murray. You have Nikola Jokic, right? We have
you're good.
Guys like Julian Strother stepping up. Tim Hardaway can fill it up. Aaron Gordon's coming back tonight. Peyton Watson could be coming back on Monday. Those are 5-6 guys that can get you buckets pretty much any single time you want. I don't know anybody out there that has a concern about what the Nuggets are doing offensively outside of turning it over. They can score. If your focus is defensively these last 19 games and you're kind of becoming balanced as a team like this can be on offense and defense, that's how you become that dangerous threat in the West like we thought they would be.
Right. And they can still get there. It's looked a little different this year. When the season began, I was like, they can win 60 games. That's gone. All right. But make noise, make a run, get everybody healthy. And that's why this season has been so different, because I feel it's incomplete. Any sort of concern or cause for concern, turnovers for Joker is a cause for concern. But outside of that, it's like, oh, get healthy. We can't really judge this team. Dude, it's March 6th.
I know.
We can't yet really judge.
There's 19 games left.
They could be NBA champions, or they could be a play-in team. Think about that. And both of them, it's not two things can be true at the same time, which actually is factually untrue.
You know what's funny? When Zach says
when
that,
he says that,
I'm like, oh, here we go.
I get so upset because that is so untrue. There is one truth. You might have two different things and two different truths from those different things, but it's not two things can be true at the same time. That's actually factually untrue. There is one truth. And the truth is they might be a play-in team, but the truth also is they might be an NBA Finals champion. And I don't know which one it's going to be because we haven't seen them healthy. And even when the playoffs begin, we might not have a good read on it. It might just be one of those put on your seatbelt and say your prayers.
Yeah.
Denver Nuggets coming for a championship.
You know what I want to do real quick before we switch gears and talk some Avalanche? I feel like this might surprise you a little bit. Should we give some love to Zeke Naji?
For frustrating LeBron?
Yeah. And just being up for the challenge.
Yeah.
And you could tell, and then it probably wasn't DA. In fact, it's probably Jared Dudley that goes, hey, you're going to get some extended run right now because you have a bigger body. He's actually pretty good at shuffling his feet when he knows where he's supposed to be.
Right.
Man-to-man defense, Zeke, you can handle. When you get in a zone or he has to chase help, that's where Zeke Naji gets lost. But in 24 minutes, he only had 5 points. That's not what he was out there to do last night.
No, not at all.
Again, it's plus-minus. Don't let plus-minus distract you from everything, but it can tell some of the story. 24 minutes. Every single one of those minutes, he's probably guarding LeBron James. And even 0 in the plus-minus for Zeke Naji. And one, he was up for the challenge.
Yeah.
He's physical enough to do it. There were a couple where LeBron's running downhill.
The one turnaround LeBron made, it was like an impossible shot, and he made it, and their bench went crazy.
That
and
was when he broke the record.
He thought he had a foul. Yeah, that's when he broke the record.
Most field goals made.
Everyone's going nuts, which, it's something for sure. I don't like LeBron. I don't like his flopping, but whatever. But yeah, I think we do have to give some love to Zeke Naji, that's great for you to say.
I crush the kid a lot, and when he's going to play well, I think it's right for me to call him out for that.
And especially against one of the greatest players we've ever seen in NBA history.
Like I said, there's a moment, the turnaround. There was another moment where LeBron's running downhill and he kind of shoulders into him.
Oh, he did not he felt disrespected with Zeke Naji guarding him.
Exactly, dude. That's exactly what I saw.
You're gonna put Zeke Naji on me? I'm the greatest of all time. I'm the king. Okay.
But again, that's not Zeke's fault.
No.
99.9% of players in the league can't take that shoulder from LeBron and stop his momentum. He's scoring on that play.
Yeah.
But I thought, hey, we'll give him a little bit of love here.
I'm glad you said that, man.
Show.
I'm glad you said that. Because Zeke deserves that love.
He does deserve it quite a bit. So they get it done. They'll take on the Knicks tonight. Then they're off for the weekend before Monday's major matchup comes back. The new heated rival that is the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's who they're going to on Monday. But first, the Knicks tonight back at Ball Arena. All right, we are also 45 minutes away from the NHL trade deadline coming to an end. It's 1 o'clock local time, so let's hit the hotline. Let's find our buddy, Evan Rawal there, who covers the Colorado Avalanche for the Denver Gazette. Always a shout-out to our buddy Paul Klee when we're mentioning the Gazette. Evan, we appreciate you making the time for us here, man, and we're just going to jump right into this because we have a handful of questions for you. First up, tell us how close you heard they were to bringing Nas back, please.
They were very close. My understanding is that they kind of went down to the wire, and I think it just came down to the Avs did not want to take on the entire contract, and Calgary did not want to retain. So it's as simple as that. I think Nazem would have welcomed a return to Colorado, but the Avs have to kind of be smart here, and they can't take on that full deal for 3 more seasons when they got other things to deal with. So I think it was really close, and they just kind of had to pivot when, the retention was not going to be done by Calgary. So it's a shame because I think fans would have very much welcomed Nazem Kadri back.
Oh, yeah.
That's the reality of the business. You got to pivot when things aren't going your way, and they did.
Yeah, reality of the business also going on right now with Bobby McMahon. And you've got people saying the Avs might be involved, teams in the West. Our YouTube chat is blowing up because, ask Evan about Bobby McMahon. Can it actually be possible? Are the Avs done here, or what's their deal on this Bobby McMahon buzz?
No, I don't think they're done at all. I think they would like to add like a middle six winger, especially with Lehkonen going out with injury. They think Lehkonen's going to be back for the playoffs and before the playoffs, but you can never have too many wingers or just forwards in general. So I think they would love to get Bobby McMahon. He fits the way they want to play. He's a big guy, 6'2". I think he's almost got 20 goals already. Again, this year he scored 20 last year. So he's somebody they'd like to get, and I know they've been interested. When it comes to the Avs, it always comes down to just lack of assets because, they've made so many trades. They don't have a ton of assets to go throw around, but they do have 2 second-round picks next year, which I think would probably be included in something like this. But I don't think they're done, even if it's not Bobby McMahon. I think they're going to go out and make another deal just because, why not? They're going all in. This is a veteran team. You got nothing else to lose here. You might as well, when you got these guys in the primes of their career, might as well just go for it.
Talking with Evan Rawal of the Denver Gazette. I love that answer for 2 reasons. Selfishly, we get to break some Avs news on our show. And then secondly, they're going all in. But let's play the game here a little bit, if you will. Evan, hypothetically, they don't make another move. How much better has C-Mac got them?
I definitely think they're better. They needed another center, and they got that Nick Waugh. Just standing next to that guy today, he is enormous. I mean, he's listed as 6'4", and I think that might be an understatement. Nice. He is just a gigantic human being. And I think that's kind of what they need. He's a little slower, so it'll be interesting to see how he fits in the Avs system where they like to skate, but he's also a guy who has won a Stanley Cup. He was the third-line center for Vegas when they won it, and he's nasty. Whenever the Avs would play Vegas, it was always that guy, and you're like, oh, he's just a pain to play against. The Avs always could use more of that because they have the skill, so you just need a little bit nasty to line up. And it also pushes Jack Drury down to the 4th line where I think he's a better fit. So it just gives them more depth, another penalty killer, just a huge guy in the lineup. And then they got a 7th defenseman, which they needed. A little smaller than I expected them to go out and get another defenseman, but they just need bodies back there because they don't have a ton if an injury does happen. So they're definitely a better team, but I don't think they're done, so they're trying to get better even more.
We'll see what happens. And Evan, is the speed thing about Waugh not necessarily overblown, but I've seen a lot of Avs fans on Twitter, commenting on that, like, hey, there's enough speed on this team. It's really not that big of a deal. Where do you come down? Because as we study Waugh in his game, we see physicality, we see lack of speed. But is that something that's maybe overstated here?
I would say it's going to be somewhere in between because when the Avs have acquired slower players in the past, they haven't typically always worked out. Like you look at Casey Middlestad and Ryan Johansson, I think are probably the 2 biggest examples who slower guys who maybe can't keep up, but they're very different players than Nick Waugh, who's all energy. He's a very smart player. He understands who he is. He's not trying to be a skilled player here. And also it's not like Vegas was a slow team. He can skate.
Right.
He's about as good a skater as I would say Jack Drury when they're full speed, and I don't think anyone's going to say Jack Drury's a bad skater, even though he's not a great one. So I think it's maybe a little bit overblown, and also the fact that, when you're 6'4", you're just going to cover more space. It's just going to happen. So
right.
I think it's a little bit overblown. I think Jared sounded super excited to just have another big guy down the middle just because, he hasn't had that a lot in his years here.
The voice you're hearing is our buddy Evan Rawal of the Denver Gazette, covering all things Colorado Avalanche. We're picking his brain 40 minutes before the NHL trade deadline comes and goes. All right, Evan, so we talked about it. You mentioned it here. They are checking some of these boxes that they need to correct for this roster down the stretch for a cup run. Now let's talk about the power play unit that is getting a little bit better, slowly but surely. Is it like a necessity that something has to be traded for to get this better, or are they going to trust in the guys that they have on both power play lines right now to figure it out?
I don't think there's going to be anybody that they could find out there that would fix the power play. It's not a skill issue. It's just not. They have so much skill on this power play. I think it's just they've been so easy to play against. It's just everyone knows what they're doing, and when Mikko Rantanen is not on the other side, teams know it's okay, well, it's Nate and Kale. We're just going to cover those guys. So I like what they've done this week. We're putting Martin Necas in Nathan McKinnon's usual spot along the wall, and it frees up Nate along the goal line because teams are not used to seeing that. And we've already seen, in some of these games, they're not covering him. Wide open down there. And it's an adjustment for him because he's played the same spot for almost a decade. So I like what they're doing there, but yeah, it's just you can't go out and trade for somebody that's going to change something on this power play when you got Landeskog, you got McKinnon, you got McCarr. Like, it's not a talent issue; it's just an execution issue, and they're trying something different. And I like what they're trying here, and it's just a matter of, it was the worst power play in the NHL before the Olympic break. We'll see how it does down the stretch, because that's all that really matters.
Yeah, that's all that matters. How is it in the stretch? How is it in the playoffs? And I would say this. I'm not going to nitpick, Evan, so don't hold this one against me, but I'm like, why did it take him long to get to this spot? You know what I mean? Like, and I know Betsy said, like, well, that's Nate's spot. Can it be Marty's spot now? Can that, that change was made. It's here now. And even the same week when he's like, that's Nate's spot, then now it's Marty's spot. Why wasn't this done sooner? It seems like this could have been something they did the math on and had this power play a little. And I'm not even going to say it's fixed. We've seen it for a couple of games look like it's fixed. So what's been the delay on fixing the power play?
Well, I don't want to say stubbornness, but, Nathan McKinnon is one of the best players in the world. And from that spot, like, the Avs have had a top 10 power play for 5 or 6 years. Like, it's not like they've had a bad power play for years. It's just that it's been bad this year. So I think they were just sitting there saying, well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Right.
Like, we have the talent. It's going to work. And I think they saw, like, they've seen glimpses of Metchis on that wall, and they saw that the power play work for Czechia, and Metchis was awesome along the wall. And they said, okay, well, we need to give this a shot. Might as well now. And, I think that some of it's Nate saying, yeah, I'm fine going down there, and he seems to be in a good mood this week, and he seems I think he's understanding that he might get even more opportunities, because, like, teams are just not used to him being down there, so they're not adjusted to Nathan McKinnon being along the goal line and maybe just cutting to the net instead of just blasting a one-timer. So I think ultimately it really just came down to, this has worked for 10 years, why is it not working now? And then now they're trying to fix it because they need to fix it. Like, they have to get this fixed before the playoffs.
Interesting. I will ask you this last question, because Cecil and I joke about it a lot. I was around the team a lot working for that side. We know how Nate can be, and then you say he seems to be in a good mood this week. You're in there a lot, man. It's what you're doing day in and day out. How much is it of like, hey, what's Nate's mood? What's the vibe in the locker room? He's kind of determining all of that, isn't he?
No, I think it's Gabe, really.
Oh, wow.
I think it's just Gabe, being there. And I think Nate is, like, he was in a good mood this week. Like, when they're winning, like, he's happy, but I think that's just anybody.
Yeah.
Like, I think Gabe just changes the dynamic of that locker room. When he's there, everyone's just a little bit more relaxed. Like, that's just how it is, because he calms everything down. Like, he doesn't take it. You never get too high, you never get too low. So I really think it's just Gabe. And Nate kind of follows along, because I don't, like, the whole, when Gabe was out, make Nathan McKinnon the captain, I don't think that was ever really a thing, because I don't think Nate wants to be the captain. Like, I think he needs a guy like Gabe around, and I think that's good for them. And I think that's part of why, like, this has kind of really worked this year. Like, just having Gabe back in the locker room calms everything down.
Evan, it was great chatting with you, man. Good information as always. And now, look, we know he's our guy, and he got dragged this week for good reason. But we want to tell you, from Dover and Cecil, we hope that this interview wasn't a massive disappointment.
It was not. It was not.
Thank you, Evan. Great information. We'll keep following along on Twitter and reading you in the Gazette, my friend.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
There he is, Evan Rawal from the Denver Gazette, covering all things Colorado
all those
Avalanche.
Gazette guys just kick ass, because we love Chris Thomason. He's like the OG. We love Evan. Dude. We love Cleesus.
Cleesus
right?
is the editor down there now.
I mean, Paul Cleese. Yeah. He's the greatest American on the planet.
Paul Klee actually gave me the. I was writing on Facebook looking for golf lessons.
Yeah.
Paul Klee saw it and said, "Don't buy golf lessons. I got a golf scholarship for Gonzaga. Let's have beers on the driving range. I'll get you fixed right up."
That's
Yeah.
Now I want to play golf.
You should come out and hang out with me and Paul.
I just want to hang out with Paul Klee.
Great information from Evan. We'll of course react to some of that. Certainly when we get closer to 1:00 in the trade deadline. Evan doesn't believe they're done. So they got 35 minutes to prove him right. Let's see if they do that. In the meantime, let's add another name to Bose board. Our final name in trade week. Who does Cecil want the Broncos to go trade for when they can, when the league year opens? We'll get into that next.
Calling all wrestling fans. Now's your chance to win your way into the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. First, head to DenverSports.com/Superfan to register. Then tune in every hour to see if your name is called. If you hear your name, you have 10 minutes to call us back and be entered into the grand prize drawing. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what's going on? Josh over here to talk to you about your weekend. What do you got planned this weekend? You got all the energy to be hanging out with the kids, kicking it with the crew, going out to your favorite spot, maybe talking to some ladies, or has work taken it out of you and you're going to sit on your dang couch all weekend kicking your feet up? That's not what the weekends are for, fellas. I got a little basketball tomorrow, a little golf, hopefully on Sunday. You know why I can do all these on the weekends? Because my energy level's at 41 years old where they're supposed to be. And they weren't 2 years ago. And then I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, took a low T quiz on their website, set up my first appointment, went in, they drew my blood. I had the results back in about 25 minutes. Then I talked with a Colorado licensed medical provider, and they gave me some options. One of those options was to sign up for testosterone treatment right there in the office. I'd get my first pain-free shot. And more importantly, they weren't going to charge me for my first appointment fee. So I went in there, got a booster shot of testosterone, didn't even bust out the wallet. In 2 weeks, I started to feel some of the results. Now here I am 2 years later. I can't wait for the weekend so I can get out and about and do all the things that I want to do. Weekends are for activities, not for sitting on the couch because the work week took it out of you. If that's how you feel, the T levels are off. Get it dealt with today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
The BMF Championship, truly the stuff of legends to let the world know who's the baddest mother.
That's a real warrior. That's a BMF.
Saturday, March 7th on Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
Two legends.
Two of the most exciting men to ever fight will meet again. I'm right here. Let's go.
One legacy.
The famed BMF belt is on the line. Legends never die.
Max Holloway, Charles Oliveira.
Welcome to the history books.
For the BMF title, Saturday, March 7th at 9 on Paramount Plus.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
When you've been hit by an 18-wheeler, there's 3 things you need to do. First, call the police and get medical care. Second, don't talk to the insurance company alone. And third, call the truck crash lawyers at Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson has 50 years of experience holding them accountable and over $50 million recovered after truck crashes. Call Berg Simpson today and let us fight for you so you can focus on healing.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th. Switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Get the fastest local alerts and accurate 24/7 forecasts with WeatherBug. It's easy to use, so the weather never takes you by surprise. Download the free WeatherBug app today.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 1 starting at 6:30. Saturday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Boise State with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 2 starting at 5:30. And Sunday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU women's basketball plays starting at 8.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we got to talk a little bit about Bose board. Final name for trade week. And before we jump into that, why don't we give somebody a chance to win a pretty good prize. We're looking for Chance Labatt. We're looking for you, Chance, and giving you a chance to head to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world, thanks to 303 Law 4040. What's on the line here? Well, it's your name getting into the drawing for the grand prize of the Superfan Send-Off. That means you could win a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and a guest from Denver to Vegas, Chance. 2 nights, hotel, and a $500 Visa gift card. Chance Labatt. Probably butchering that, Chance, and I apologize. But call us back right now at 303-713-1043, and you will go into the drawing for that grand prize. If you haven't already signed up like Chance did, get to denversports.com/superfan. Sign up. Listen, that's all you got to do. 2 simple steps, and you could be on your way to Vegas on us for a couple nights and a $500 Visa gift card. Nice little prize there.
Yeah, let's get to it. I can convince you this is the guy.
Okay. Cecil's got his final name on Bo's board. For trades.
Next week we'll be
right
filling
back
free
into
agency,
it.
right.
Taking names off of players that have already been signed and then seeing what is left over. But would this gentleman from Jacksonville help out the Denver Broncos?
Off the play fake to ETN. They throw it to the back of the end zone. Caught! Brian Thomas. Touchdown, Jags.
Trevor's going to go up top, going to throw it. End zone! Got a touchdown with Brian Thomas Jr.
Brian Thomas Jr. is our name today for Bo's board. A guy that was just drafted a couple years ago, came into the NFL and had a 1,300-yard, 10-touchdown rookie season. Did drop back a little bit this year, but could the Jags be looking to move on? Just get a change of scenery, maybe open up something for somebody else. So what would it cost to get a guy like Brian Thompson Jr., and then what would his role be like immediately here in Denver?
Immediately here in Denver is almost your number one receiver. Sorry, Cortland Sutton, but you'd have 2 number ones then. Okay, with Brian Thomas Jr., you get size, which Sean Payton wants. You get speed, which Sean Payton wants. You get run after the catch ability, which Sean Payton wants. You know what he is? He's Michael Thomas. Like, I've been trying to find that for this team. Nice. Trying to figure out who could that be. We've gone over some names. We have some interesting names for Bo's board in terms of trades this week. And when we've talked wide receiver, it's usually been about, hey, could Michael Pittman, who played about 30% of his snaps in the slot, Brian Thomas Jr., what would he look like as your big slot? I'd like to see that because I'd like to see that speed, that strength, that playmaking ability on display for the Denver Broncos. It's a fit thing in Jacksonville. It has nothing to do with any sort of locker room presence. It has nothing to do with any sort of skill. He's a 1,400-yard receiver as a rookie. Has Cortland Sutton ever done that?
Nope.
So I think we need to look at this, and we need to go beyond the box score, which is what we do on Bo's board because it is a thought experiment. This guy's entering his 3rd year. You have him under contract for 2 more years, and you have a 5th-year option. So essentially, you would have control over Brian Thomas for 3 years. Now, here's the part I'll act like Martin Lawrence in Blue Streak when he goes to Dave Chappelle. Like, this is going to hurt a little bit. You might have to surrender I would say, 2nd-round pick. Okay. I thought earlier a 1st-round pick, but now that we kind of do the math, like, if A.J. Brown goes for a 1st-rounder, Brian Thomas Jr. will go for a 2nd-rounder. DJ Moore went for a 2nd-rounder. I think a 2nd-rounder is the answer, and I'm here to tell you straight up, whether it's KC Conception or whatever 2nd-round receiver you want to say, the Broncos could get this guy instead. they're not as good as Brian Thomas Jr., a first-round pick himself. That's why you have that fifth-year option if you were to trade for him. So I love the price tag. I know you're always big on price.
Yeah.
Price tag is good. Compensation-wise, are you okay surrendering, knowing that there's no receiver you could add in the second round? There's zero receiver. No one ever better tell me there's a second-round receiver that's better than Brian Thomas Jr. It does not exist this year.
You're right. You're right. The first rounder is like, that's a little worrisome. Now, again, we're hopeful that the Broncos are picking, 30 to 32 for the next couple of years. So it's a second-round graded player that you're going to get. And I'm not telling you, breaking any news to you. You know this better than anybody here, how valuable that first-round draft pick is. But that's where I go, we got to talk it out a little bit more. You get me into a second-round draft pick and knowing that this guy can come in and be wide receiver 1 today, and he certainly can be wide receiver 1 next year and for the foreseeable future. I absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. Got a decent chunk for the 4 years being a first-round draft pick, but again, some of that's already been paid. He's not going to crush you on the cap. He's not going to crush you financially, which doesn't matter. And then you get that third year if you were to be traded in Denver, as you pick up the team option, and you're still not breaking the bank for 3 years. It keeps your quarterback, your wide receiver 1, if this were to be made, almost on the same financial timeline. Now, you'd take care of Bo first, but it would be, hey, you don't have to pay the piper right away with either of these guys. You'd be looking at a 2-year window with a wide receiver 1 and a star quarterback. At me if you don't think he is. I got time tonight. That are on a rookie deal and a favorable financial situation.
You actually don't have time tonight because it's Av Stars and Knicks Nuggets.
So. Before 7. At me before 7.
Okay, at me before 7.
Yeah.
Then you're good. You're good. Yeah. All right. I would say this as well. If you look at Brian Thomas Jr., and I don't operate out of fear, although fear is it's the emotion that we react to the most intense. It's why we're usually tricked into reactions through fear. I'll leave that one alone. But I'll say this. What's this team do if Cortland Sutton goes down?
They're in some real trouble.
Kev, I need you got to help me here. You're effing screwed.
Yeah.
If Cortland Sutton goes down. Yeah. Can we just be honest here?
Yeah.
I'll clean it up for radio. You're screwed. If you trade for Brian Thomas Jr., he's a number 1 receiver. He's actually more of a number 1 than Cortland Sutton is.
Who does this kick out of not the wide receiver, but the pecking order of the wide receivers?
It essentially says, hey, Pat Bryant, you're gonna learn.
Okay.
You're gonna learn. Now, the nice thing is, once Court's done with the Broncos, you could slide Brian Thomas Jr. over to the X, and then you could have your big slot be Pat Bryant. But right now, BTJ, with the most yards in a season that any receivers had on this Broncos roster, I mean, he's clearly your number 1. In Denver, though, with Cortland Sutton on the outside at X on the left side, right on the formation, Z's on the right side, and it's off the line of scrimmage. So on that side of the field, at the X, you go Brian Thomas Jr., you're our big slot. You're the Michael Thomas. You're the slant god. And if you've played Madden and you love those quick slant plays, imagine that, Bo Nix, Brian Thomas Jr.
They haven't had that threat here for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you, I was hesitant to say I'm with you because of the first-round grade. You're speaking my language here, Cecil. You're speaking my language. You talk about
a
second,
big-time playmaker.
Maybe a Riley Moss if you try to throw a lower-graded draft pick there.
Yes.
I'm in on a guy like Brian Thomas Jr. You've convinced me. Has it worked for one Kevin Kistner?
I am not done convincing. So, Kev, tell me what you're going to tell me, and then I'm going to come off the top rope right on your head, so get ready for it.
Nope, I'm turning your mic off.
He has so much power.
He does.
When you sent the name last night, I was like, yes, now we're finally talking. It only took us 45 names to get to someone. I'm like, yes. I was all in. I thought she was the one here. But then I found out she has 10 drop passes last year.
That's a lot.
And she had almost 10 the year before as a rookie. So the biggest thing I made an argument of all of last year was with Bo Nix, and the offense was stopped dropping passes. 43 drop passes last year, 2 less than the NFL leading Jacksonville Jaguars. And it drove me nuts because the Broncos offense could have been so much more explosive if guys would catch the ball. Now, I went back and looked. 3 guys of the Broncos, 3 Broncos were in the top 15 of drop passes last year. I can't add a 4th into that. To me, that's just like, what is going on?
But you're assuming that Brian Thomas Jr. would be the same and not develop. And let me give you the names. Because your argument holds no weight. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The drop thing holds zero weight. 1, does chemistry matter? Yes or no?
Chemistry, yes.
He doesn't have chemistry with Trevor Lawrence. 2, I'm going to give you some names. You tell me if these guys are pretty good, right?
Okay.
They had drop problems early, and then they cleaned it up. Remember, Brian Thomas Jr. has only played 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm not judging a wide receiver before 3 years. So, let me give you the names, Kev. Devontae Adams, pretty good?
Sucks. No, I'm kidding.
This doesn't work if you try to tell jokes. Devontae Adams, pretty good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody plays.
Had drop problems, cleaned them up. Mike Evans, pretty good? Not, our Mike Evans is really good.
Our Mike Evans.
Yeah, our Mike Evans is
right,
awesome.
yeah.
But Mike Evans, Buccaneers receiver, pretty good?
Yeah, sometimes disappointing.
He had drop problems early in his career. He cleaned them up. I'll give you more names. You ready for this? Jamar Chase. If we go back to rookie Jamar Chase and rookie in preseason Jamar Chase, like training camp, there were people around that team like, did they make a mistake?
Wow.
And you can go back and you can find, I'm looking at the articles right now. You can find the articles online of like, Jamar Chase, all these drops. What's going on? Jamar Chase, pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Right? LSU guy, just like Brian Thomas Jr., where he learned underneath Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. I'm going to bring the final one. I've got 2 more. 2 more. One, his drop rate wasn't that bad, but it was a problem early on, Larry Fitzgerald. And finally, the final guy that had to clean up drops in the NFL, it's Jerry Flippin' Rice.
Wow.
So I get what you're saying. I agree with you, Kev. I agree with what you're saying. We can't have more drops on this team. But if I look at Devontae Adams, Jamar Chase, Jerry Rice as guys that had drop problems and then clean drop problems up, I'd be willing to give Brian Thomas a chance.
Okay.
Did I sway him?
A little bit.
A little bit. He's still hesitant. You can hear it in his voice.
Come on. Come over to this side, Kev. Come on. I got you.
Tribe members,
I got you.
text Kevin. Let him know how you feel. 303-713-1043.
Let's get Kev's number out on air.
303. That's about it.
Oh, okay.
That's all you're getting.
We should give Evan's number. Say it's Kev.
No, we should. Evans did that to me one time because I don't know if he's doing the talkback thing. And so I'm at Kohl's shopping with my family. My phone starts blowing up of like, hey, Cecil, Evans just gave your number out over there. I'm like, great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's a solid move. I used to give a buddy's number out when I wasn't really feeling the conversation with the lady at the bar. Be like, gosh, this is great. Hit me up. We'll do dinner tomorrow night. And I'd give Chris's number, and then Chris would get that text, and his lady wouldn't be too thrilled about what was going on. I thought it was a great prank.
Okay, Kev, I almost got you. I almost got Kev there.
By the end of the show, you'll get him. By the end of the show.
I'll get him.
All right, let's look around the NFL a little bit. We know the Broncos need linebackers. A couple will become available as soon as the league year starts. Should they kick the tires on either of them? We'll share names next.
Should baseball fans in the Mile High City approach this Rockies season with an open mind?
This thing may blow up in the Rockies' face, okay? We may look back in 10 years like laughing. Like, do you remember the time they hired the Cleveland Browns general manager to run the baseball team? That could be the case. But for now, I'm going into this puppy with an open mind.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Hey, Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Does the air in your home feel like the desert? You don't have to suffer any longer. Get a brand new humidifier for the lowest price of the season. Everyone should breathe easy and healthy in their home. What are you waiting for? Call Rocks Heating and Air for a free, no obligation estimate. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Colorado, Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Guys, we've had the driest winter in decades, over 50 years in some areas, and that means a higher wildfire risk. Now's the time to protect your home. 5280 Exteriors installs fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance upgrades built to handle Colorado's extreme weather. Choose James Hardy siding, Timber Tech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows. Plus, get 60 months no-interest financing. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
You really are amazing. My name is Glenn Jamron. I'm chairman of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. You've told us how some people get mad at you for following your own pathway in life. You've said they judge you. Know this. Each of us is entitled to our own opinion. Why? Because we're all different. The pathways you choose in life are your own. It's your life, no one else's. And that's okay. Nobody likes to feel judged. No one likes to have others mad at them. But the key to navigating judgmentalism is to check things out, make your decision, and then commit to being true to yourself. Let others say and feel what they wish. They have that right, and you have the right, the obligation, to follow your own heart. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado, and you.
SodaWeightLoss.com is state-of-the-art, and SodaWeightLoss.com helped me lose 60 pounds a few years ago, and I've never gained the weight back. Why? I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. I had a real nutritionist there to help me along the way through my journey. I joined Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. You want to lose that weight? 1-866-800-SODA. Online at SodaWeightLoss.com. They are there for you like they were there for me. It's SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss is state-of-the-art.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043. The
And we'll do that in just a sec. A linebacker that was released yesterday, a little bit older, but Adam Schefter had the tweet, and then I went back and looked at some of the numbers that are going to jump off the screen for you. Chicago is trying to open up some cap space. We had the conversation earlier in the week when we were talking about trading for DJ Moore before he got traded to Buffalo. And it's like, hey, are the Bears getting ready to make this run at Max Crosby? You keep DJ Moore around for that, so that you have a big piece to send the other way. Then Adam Schefter tweeted yesterday that the Bears are releasing former Pro Bowl linebacker Tremont Edmonds. Per sources, he's been a full-time starter in each of his 8 NFL seasons, and now he will become a free agent with 900 tackles on his resume. So the numbers will certainly jump off because of those 900 tackles. 6'4", 251-pound linebacker who's still only, he's about to be 28 years old, but still on the right side of 30 here, Cease. Is this a guy that George Payton should be interested in?
Yeah, I think George Payton should be interested in all of these players that are out there or not getting RFA tenders or are just getting straight up released. There's also more Green Bay news. It looks like Rashawn Gary deleted a farewell tweet.
Oh, wow, really?
So he did the, goodbye, everybody, and then he deleted it. So,
He's like, crap, that was for Monday.
Yeah, so not to sound, I'm not soft selling this, but if you basically, unless the guy's terrible, you're going to tell me a name and be like, yeah, they should have interest. Yes, they should have interest.
They are.
Especially if it's got LB next to his name. Yes, they should have interest. But our buddy Luke Evans from the Denver Post reporting, hey, expect the Broncos to make a big move at linebacker.
Really?
So what is that? I want 3 big moves. I want 3 big moves.
Big move, you're talking about splash. We'll know the name.
Yeah. Devin Lloyd. I want that big move.
That's a big move.
I want Tyler Algier. That's a splash. I want Dallas Goedert. I think that's a splash.
That's nice.
So if we look at those three positions specifically, at least of the three splashes necessary, like we're judging. Let's say we're judging diving contests, right?
Yeah.
And George Payton's up there in a Speedo.
I love judging people. It's one of my favorite things to do.
Okay. How many splashes does he need? There's 3 times George Payton's going to dive into this free agency pool. How many splashes does he need? Of those 3, how many 10s are we giving him?
I mean, I want it to be all.
Yeah.
I almost need it to be all.
Yeah. I mean,
linebacker, it has to be.
Has to be a 10.
Has to be.
Okay, so that's the one thing of like, you have to land this linebacker. Okay. I would say I'm still stuck on running back. I'm still stuck on running back.
I understand
why.
why.
For years, dude, and let's play this game. For years, they have ignored linebacker. Since Danny Trevathan, they've kind of ignored the position.
And then they did it for years before him.
Yeah. So it's like, all right, are we living a Danny Trevathan dream? Or, I mean, because what was it before Danny? Smoke Dog? Al Wilson?
I was liking DJ Williams for a second.
Yeah, DJ,
Was it
for
because
sure.
he gave me free clothes from his clothing brand?
Okay, very athletic.
Yeah.
Well, a player that even John Madden said this about DJ Williams. He could have been one of the very few players that went from high school to the NFL.
Wow.
Very few.
Wow.
Me and Chris Mortensen talked about this. First time I met Chris, years ago when Mike Shanahan was coaching the Broncos. It tells you how long ago it was. And so Chris and I started talking about, like, hey, because Adrian Peterson was, I believe, a rookie that year. So that's how long ago it was. And it's like Adrian could have done it. DJ Williams could have done it. Probably Marcus Dupree, the Oklahoma running back. Best it never was if you watch 30 for 30. But it's a small handful of players that are that good in high school. So, yeah, DJ Williams on that list. But for me, because of their linebacker tendencies, and I'm just going on their tendencies, I look at running back as the need where that 10, if we're judging the dives of George Payton in the free agency pool, I think running back needs to be the 10. And
I don't
10
have
means
much to
Travis
argue with
Etienne
you.
or Tyler Algier.
Yeah. I think they're both as significant. Again, I saw that the tight ends and running backs crushed the Broncos a year ago from the defensive side, and I watched the Broncos not get enough out of their running back on the offensive side. So I understand why that is your argument there for that player as your need a 10 in that position. And who hasn't stopped thinking about George Payton in a Speedo since you said it? It's pretty much, I think of him walking by. I remember in the locker room, he walked by and he was cussing everybody out.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of him in a Speedo in that situation now. That's all I'm thinking about. All right, real quick, Charles Davis's mock draft. Kev sent us this earlier in the week. He had something interesting on here. Now, he's got C.J. Allen coming to the Broncos. That's interesting because we all like that name. But he had Jeremiah Love going at number 3 to the Arizona Cardinals. Steals him from Kansas City, which I'm all for. But are we going to be in a world where a running back gets picked in the top 3?
Yeah, I mean, if he's compared to Reggie Bush, and some have compared him to Reggie Bush, what was Reggie Bush, number 2? Whatever.
I don't remember.
When
He
Sean
was quick,
Payton,
though, yeah.
Sean Payton's first pick, I believe, was Reggie Bush, right?
Oh, wow.
So it's like, okay, we've seen it before. It's been a minute. I mean, it used to be a day where running backs would go much higher in these drafts, and I believe that a Jahmyr Gibbs changes your mind. I believe that, everyone's looking for Christian McCaffrey, right? Everyone's looking for Jahmyr Gibbs. I think when you see that sort of potential with Jeremiah Love, again, skilled player, incredibly skilled player. When I say that Jonah Coleman is my number 1 running back, it doesn't take anything away from Jeremiah Love. It's just I prefer Coleman's style. I prefer that Coleman does not drop the ball at all. Kev is going to love that drop rate because it's basically 0.
Yeah.
It's 0.9%. 0.9%. That's it. It's
good.
only number 2 in this draft class behind Jadarian Price, who's Jeremiah Love's teammate at Notre Dame.
So that was it at number 3. And like I said, C.J. Allen there for the Broncos. They did have Denzel. He did. Charles Davis had Denzel Boston coming off the board before Buffalo would even have the chance. Actually had him going to the Steelers at number 21. Kenyon Sadiq, who everybody wants from Broncos country, he actually followed suit exactly what Lance Zierlein did, who we talked about yesterday, 23 to Philadelphia, because they're losing Dallas Goedert, who
he didn't make it to Bose board during trade week. And next week we might have to, off air, we'll have to discuss what should it be because it's going to be happening in real time.
Yeah.
So we might have to pause Bose board and then come back after next week. But either way, it did not make it. I almost made it. Almost made it instead of Brian Thomas Jr., but I did want to get to BTJ. And the name is merely this, DK Metcalf. The Steelers are from what I've heard, not necessarily unhappy with DK Metcalf, but feel like they could move on from him and then go draft a Denzel Boston, something like that. I've heard Boston or the Steelers before, Charles Davis's mock draft, but just know that DK Metcalf could also be maybe not necessarily under the radar, because I believe others should know that at least. It's not a secret, but DK Metcalf could have been a player we're talking about.
I mean, look, if the price tag's right and they don't play the Lions, and so he beats up that fan and gets suspended, I think I'd be interested.
The funny thing about DK Metcalf is coming from Seattle and, again, stop in Pittsburgh. But if John Schneider gave up on you, I kind of don't want you.
John Schneider's our gauge.
Exactly, because John Schneider's already flim-flammed this team a million times. So I don't need John Schneider flim-flamming the Broncos again.
Yeah, that would hurt a little bit to see that happen.
Stings the nostrils.
All right, Broncos country, what say you? Yay, nay on a guy like DK Metcalf, chiseled like a Greek god there at the wide receiver position. Tell us on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. We will get caught up there. We're also 4 minutes away from the NHL trade deadline, so let's talk a little bit about what that's going to look like if the Avs are going to pull one final move before the clock strikes midnight. We'll get into that next.
Is this offseason looking like the most pivotal for the Broncos since the Super Bowl run of a decade ago?
Could this be the most crucial offseason for the Broncos since they built their last Super Bowl team? It just feels to me like this is the best chance the Broncos may have in a long time to seriously upgrade the talent on this team.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Men, we all know how important sex is in a relationship, both for you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again, so call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And I've learned to grind through injuries and keep moving forward. But now that grind is becoming a breakdown. If you're ignoring joint pain, you're just waiting for a surgery you don't want. At Regenerex, they use your body's own biology, like stem cells, PRP, shockwave therapy, to repair the damage and get you back in the game. They focus on regenerating the joints, not just masking the symptoms. So you need to give my guys over at Regenerex a call today and schedule a free consultation. The number is 303-630-9770 or visit regenerex.co.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust. Call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 1 starting at 6:30. Saturday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Boise State with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 2 starting at 5:30. And Sunday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU women's basketball plays starting at 8.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Fourth quarter, we like to call it.
Victory formation.
Always feel good when we play that.
And that should send Bo Nix out for a victory formation.
It is our final hour of work this week. Hopefully you guys are winding down out there in the tribe as well and getting ready to go kick back and do whatever it is you do on a snow day here in the Centennial State. We've got a lot to do in this final hour. Get you set for a big weekend for the Avalanche, who start tonight. Big weekend for the Nuggets, who have their second half of a back-to-back tonight. And then, of course, 10 a.m. Monday morning, the tampering window will open in the NFL. We'll talk a little bit about that coming up at 1:30, what we want to see have done. But here we are at 1:03. NHL trade deadline 3 minutes ago. It closed. Does not look like anything else has come down for the Colorado Avalanche. Nothing pending, as we are hearing from Drew Spivak right now. So it could be the couple of moves that they did earlier with Blankenburg coming over as a defenseman who is not going to play tonight, and you might not see a whole lot of him down the stretch. But, of course, Nick Waugh was the big get yesterday, and he should play hockey tonight. Will be available for these Colorado Avalanche. You're going to see him on that third line, and then we get to see what it's going to look like. So, Cease, we asked the question to Evan Wall of the Gazette at 12:15 if they were done. Had they done enough? Here we are at 1:04 now,
right?
And they're certainly done.
And Bobby McMahon going to Seattle.
Oh, that's who you asked about.
Yes. Even though Colorado reports had been indicating that the Avalanche were involved there. So that's it. They're done. But there's another move, by the way. Gavin Brindley has been reassigned to the Colorado Eagles.
Oh.
Reminder, this is from Megan. Reminder, a player must be on an AHL roster at the NHL trade deadline in order to be eligible to be sent down from the NHL at any time for the rest of the regular season or in the Calder Cup playoffs.
So it's a roster manipulation.
Gavin
move.
Brindley been reassigned to the Colorado Eagles. That's what the Avs did. That's our latest news there. As far as not getting any more moves, there actually is a move that they could be getting back today. Skating without the non-contact jersey was none other than Loke Dog.
Oh, LOC coming back.
LOC,
right.
Logan O'Connor. So we have to look at it because we haven't seen him this year, but you have to look at it and say Logan O'Connor is actually kind of a trade deadline addition as well. Now, obviously not trading for him, just waiting for him to come back from the mystery injury. Okay, it looks like Loke Dog, Logan O'Connor, LOC, whatever you want to call him, he's out there skating today without the non-contact jersey. So, again, having Logan O'Connor back for this team, another player that'll be available for you for a postseason run.
I prefer Loke Dog because it reminds me of Do we have a problem?
Right.
That's where I like to go. I mean, think about this. All right, we know what your top 6 is going to look like, and Landy, Mac, Marty, Lecky when he's right, Brock, and Val. And then now you look at your bottom 6 of Colton, Wah, who just came over yesterday, Victor Olofsson, Parker Kelly on your fourth line is pretty damn sweet as a fourth line. You talk about Logan O'Connor being there, and then centered by Drury. All right, how much is that line even going to play? Maybe Parker Kelly makes his presence felt a little bit more. The top 6 didn't change. We know what that was going to look like. Your bottom 6 certainly needing that third line center. You get a little, in case help on your blue line. I feel like there'll be some Av fans out there that doesn't think it feels like enough because these names aren't sexy. But let's see what Nick Waugh brings tonight as a third line center. When we talked to Evan Waugh, he said it. It's almost like the Avs now have in Waugh this guy that you watch and you go, I hate that mother, you know what? And then he gets on your team and you're like, I'm going to buy that dude's sweater.
I love that guy.
Because of what he does, kind of the gritty, grinded out stuff.
Right.
And he said it. He was a big pain in the you-know-what against Vegas. Every time the Avs would come up short against Vegas.
Right.
Now he's on our side and going to play in the Western Conference playoffs where he has 79 games of experience. So even though it might not feel like it was a big success at the trade deadline because these names aren't sexy, let's see how it plays out. And we've all been clamoring for a third-line center. Let's see what the dude can bring as third-line center.
Well, and bring physicality, size. Evan was standing next to him today. He's like, the dude's huge.
Yeah, that was great to
hear. So he's a monster out there on the ice. Plus, I think the speed thing is a little bit overblown. It's the first thing. We talked about it as soon as they pick up Nicholas Waugh. We're like, okay, guy's not as fast as he needs to be. We've had people tweet out some stats about speed of Jack Drury, et cetera. We've talked about that. We've had that discussion. But I think what Evan said is remarkable because it's true. When you're that size, you're just going to take up more ground. You're going to gain ground faster because your stride is longer. I think of how I look at big-bodied wide receivers in the NFL. Like maybe your speed isn't as fast, but you're so big, your stride, your skate takes up so much space that you can gain ground quickly. So he's not a speed guy. You didn't add Waugh for that. You added him for his toughness, his experience in the postseason, and his physicality, which is exactly what this team needed. So I applaud the move, and more importantly, I applaud Chris McFarland for having that line in the ice of like, we're not going to do more than this. Mm-hmm. This is the appropriate price we're willing to pay, even if it kind of lets us down because Nazem Kadri does not become a Colorado Avalanche player again.
Drew Spivak, I'll take your hockey expertise, sir, if you can. We asked Evan this. We've kicked it around a bunch of times. Let's see how you feel. It's now over. We're 8 minutes past. Better or worse than they were on Tuesday?
I think they're better. Now, how much better remains to be seen, but I think if you look overall, they had 2 or 3 boxes they had to check going into this trade deadline. You needed to get a bigger defenseman. All right, you got that with, oh my God, I'm trying to blank on his name. Kulak, Brett Kulak.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Brett Kulak. You got bigger with Kulak. All right, check. Also part of that, you got rid of Sammy Girard's contract. You needed to add another depth defenseman. All right, you did that with Blankenberg, so check that box. The big one, you needed a 3C. You got that. Yes, it's not the sexy name. It's not the Nazem Kadri, the Ryan O'Reilly, those other names were being, bandied about. But you got a solid 3C that's not just for this year. You got him for next year. You got him at a reasonable rate, and you got a dude that is not as old as Nazem Kadri. So if I'm past this round, obviously pre-seeing anything on the ice, I give him a very solid B+
okay.
for this trade deadline. It's really good.
And you know what? You just said something that made it pop into my head of like, oh, you want this sex? And I'm guilty too. Hand raised. I wanted Nas. That's real sexy.
So did I.
But then you go over the names I just rattled off in your top 6. Your entire top 6 is sexy. I mean, what are we talking about? Winning the hockey lottery, and now you want your bottom 6 to be the same sexy as your top 6, which is basically impossible to do in the NBA or any sport with a salary cap. So, yeah, everybody wanted Nas. It didn't go down. He is a little bit older. Let's give Nick Waugh benefit of the doubt. And again, we talk about expectations. Don't expect Nick Waugh to come in and here be Nazem Kadri. Expect him to center a third line that has to keep their head above water, and he's doing his job.
And bottom 6s are not supposed to be sexy.
Right.
They're not. These are your grinder dudes. These are the dudes that do all the dirty work. That's not sexy. It's a big part of how you win hockey games in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I think they did that. And don't undersell the ability of putting Jack Drury back down on that fourth line. Because remember last year, the fourth line for the Avalanche was probably the best line in the entire series against Dallas. Kind of tells you what you need to know about the top six in that thing. But they were really good in that series. Now you're at some point here in the near future going to add Logan O'Connor. Joel Kiviranta maybe back tonight. So you are in a really, really good spot as far as your forwards group go. To me, there's no more questions about this team other than, can they fix the stinking power play?
And
that's it.
Have they done that already by moving Marty over to Nate's spot? Does that continue?
Maybe that's the question. Is it going to continue? We're going to wait and see, because who knows how they're going to let this thing play out. But if you can fix this, if you can go from being 15% to maybe around 19, 20% by the time we get to the end of the regular season, we'll call that a success. But everything else, goaltending, defense, the forward group, everything is set for this team to make a run to a Stanley Cup.
You've got it all.
Got it all.
You've got it all.
And I like what Evan told us at 12:15. The problem fixers on the power play are already on the roster.
Yes.
They just have to be better. And that's certainly fair for what this roster is. All right, we will preview the Avs' big weekend that starts tonight in Dallas. We'll do that a little bit later on in the program, and we're getting ready to hand it off to the guys. In the meantime, let's tell you what the latest is on Aaron Gordon and the injury report for the Denver Nuggets as they'll play in their back-to-back tonight against the New York Knicks. That's coming at you next.
Tournament time is here, and so is your shot at $5,000. Head to DenverSports.com/hoops to enter our 5K Bracket Challenge, presented by Bryant, Colorado. Think you can pick the perfect bracket? Prove it, but don't wait. Entries close before tip-off on March 19th. That's DenverSports.com/hoops. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If your heat or AC is running way more than it should, no matter the weather, there's a good chance your window insulation has failed. And when that happens, all your warm air escapes in the winter, as you're seeing it outside right now. But we know Colorado, that weather can change. You got to have your windows ready for that. And that's why the pros at Window Nation are such a game changer. They'll help you replace those older builder grade windows with custom built energy efficient windows at a great price. And right now is the perfect time to upgrade every window in your home, because the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all window styles. And you can ask windownation.com about their flexible financing to $0 down and payments as low as $199 a month. windownation.com. People trust them. A+ rating with the BBB, a 50-point factory inspection, a 20-point installation inspection, 96% customer satisfaction rating. Are you kidding me? These guys are awesome. Don't wait. The sale ends soon. Put an end to your window problems. To schedule your fast, free estimate, go to windownation.com.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
It's Chuck Devine in Snow Country. Find what you need to get projects done from brands you trust at prices you'll love. Lowe's, we help, you save. We have a powder day with fresh snow falling throughout the day. Aspen and Snowmass already picked up 7 inches of fresh snow. Vail and Beaver Creek both got a half foot, and they'll be getting more snow throughout Friday, so you'll be skiing and riding in fresh tracks and snow that may be covering your boots. Loveland on 77 pack powder trails. They'll be skiing and riding in some falling snow. Winter Park at 80%, and Cooper will be getting several inches of fresh snow on Friday, with demo days Saturday to try out new skis on fresh snow. 43 pack powder trails for Cooper, and Monarch on 95% of their terrain. Monarch looking at upwards of a foot of fresh snow by the time all is said and done, so it's a powder day Friday and Saturday for Monarch. The steeps at Mirkwood Basin will like that extra cushion of snow. More powder skiing for Wolf Creek, expecting around a half a foot, 42 miles of trails, and more sunshine as we go through the weekend. Get more at snowcountry.com.
303 Law 4040. Want to share one of the best compliments we've ever received. Had a listener call in to 303 Law 4040. His name was Peter. His wife was viciously attacked in a dog bite incident. So we set up a time to have him come in, and I met with him at length while his wife was recovering at the hospital. A couple days later, my wife recognized the number. She had spoken to Peter before. So when the phone call came in, she said, Peter! It was actually Peter's wife. She said, how did you know? She said, well, we love our clients. She was just surprised that we recognized the number. We had her come in, we met with her, and she says, you know, I feel like we're your only clients. It's really awesome. We're not your only clients, are we? No, they're not our only clients, but what a compliment that our clients feel valued and that we treat them with such a high level of service. If you ever need us, that's the type of service you will get too. It's Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it.
SodaWeightLoss.com is state of the art, and SodaWeightLoss.com helped me lose 60 pounds a few years ago, and I've never gained the weight back. Why? I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. I had a real nutritionist there to help me along the way through my journey. I joined Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. You want to lose that weight? 1-866-800-SODA. Online at SodaWeightLoss.com. They are there for you like they were there for me. It's SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss is state of the art.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, got some updates to share with the crew about what we could see tonight from the Denver Nuggets. By the way, we still want to continue hearing most, how'd you describe it? Disrespectful moments in sports?
Yeah. That was something we did on Check Your X of most disrespectful moment in sports, and we got a lot of great answers.
Somebody was giving, when Irv Brown's running by Bobby Knight and giving him the business when Irv was refereeing, being disrespectful to Bobby. Anything Irv does is going to get to the top of the list for us.
Legend.
The legend that was the great Irv Brown. So keep those coming in. We got 45 minutes or so left. Let's have some fun with disrespectful moments. Someone texted in, anything Ndamukong Suh did. Disrespectful. Didn't he step on a guy's chest once?
He's done everything.
Yeah,
everything. I was walking the streets of New York City with Ndamukong Suh when he was drafted and just kind of like chatting it up, whatever, going to get a Starbucks or something. Mammoth of a man.
Really?
Just absolutely huge man. So there's no wonder he was such a force for years in this league.
I got to do a man on the street thing with TJ Hushmanzada once. It was when I had the hair. We were
Who's
both
your mama?
Doing like a hair thing. He was so bad. They flew me out to do this thing.
Yeah.
Put me up in a hotel, all this stuff. He was so bad, we didn't even release the video stuff to anybody. It was like he was mean to me, which I don't really care. Whatever, be mean to me. It could be fun for the video.
Yeah.
But like the people, we're doing man on the street.
Yeah.
And he's just roasting people, not in a friendly, joking way, like undressing people for their football opinions. And I was like, in the middle of it, I'm like, man, I just want to go home, basically. This sucks.
Wow.
Sounds like you had a better time with old Ndamukong out there. All right, update on the Denver Nuggets. So we told you that Aaron Gordon was in line to play tonight. That's still the case, but we're learning from Sam Amick that he's going to go through his pregame routine and then make the final call. But the plan remains in place. that Aaron Gordon would be made available tonight for Coach David Adelman. What does that look like as far as minute restrictions? That's something that DA will be asked in his pregame press conference, and we'll know a couple hours before the game. But what Sam points out is that Denver, which is 21st in defense, certainly needs to bring that dude back. Is he going to fix it overnight? No, but everybody's roles will kind of get back to what it once was.
Right.
You can hide Nikola a little bit better because he's one of those bigger bodies that can guard anybody 1 through 5 on the floor. We'll see what it looks like in his first couple games back. Don't expect Aaron to come in here and be a savior for his first couple of games. He's got to knock some rust off because it's been a while. But it's looking like, barring, knock on wood, any sort of setback in pregame routine, Mr. Nugget's on his way back.
It feels really good to have him back there. I'm not going to say heart and soul of the Denver Nuggets, but isn't he one of those players? And I don't say that as any sort of slight to Nikola Jokic, but like the heart of the Denver Nuggets. Isn't that Aaron Gordon?
Yeah. He's the energy guy. We've seen him say stuff to a couple of
people's kitchen. Yeah,
he does it on both ends.
Julian Strother said last night that he's getting bored. He's telling everybody what to do. Like
Julian was asked if he's in his ear, helping him out, and Julian's response was, "He's in everybody's ear. The dude's bored." So yeah, that could be back tonight. And then Payton Watson, he is not back tonight. He is officially listed as out, but upgrades to questionable for Aaron. For Cam, you asked about him earlier, and Spencer Jones, all listed as questionable tonight. We'll see what that looks like. Again, probably minute restrictions for all of them.
Yeah.
And with...
I want minutes restrictions for AG until he proves that he's like AG again.
Yeah. Then you asked me about Cam Johnson earlier. Said you want to dive a little bit deeper into that. Is this especially when Payton comes back, Payton Watson, is this just hey, we only had 10 games with the starting lineup that DA wanted to start, and they were 8-2. So he goes, no, by default, we just go back to that. Or is there a legitimate conversation going on down there about Cam Johnson losing his starting job?
Yeah, I think that needs to be the conversation because it's not about your salary. It's about the value you bring to the team. And with Cam Johnson, what is the value? And it's very biting to say this, but the truth isn't meant to make you feel good. Cam Johnson's a liability for this team. Until he proves otherwise, I can't describe him in any other way. If Cam Johnson's on the court, it's a liability for the Denver Nuggets. And I didn't want to say that. It's not like I planned this season. I can't wait to call out Cam Johnson. Like, no. I liked the deal. I liked moving on from MPJ, standing in the corner. But Cam Johnson, it's a results-based business, and the results haven't been there. And I'm sick and tired of giving him time or, well, he got hurt, and what had happened was, no. Dude, you're on this team with that man, with Jamal Murray also, like, being incredibly serious about his role. You're on this team with AG, Payton Watson taking his game to the next level. My man Julian Strother doesn't even know what he's doing. He's splashing it in. Timmy Hardaway's an assassin from the arc. Like, Big Val. You've got all this talent. And then you've got Cam Johnson. It's like doing the group project. I was thinking like Vernon Davis, right?
Yeah.
He gets a Super Bowl ring. He didn't do anything for the Broncos.
Yeah.
So when you do the group project, there's always going to be that kid that like doesn't do anything and he gets the A. Cam Johnson, I'm sorry, you're not getting the A. You're getting the B. It's called the bench. And I think that needs to be the conversation. I don't want David Adelman to think like it's okay because we haven't seen it enough yet. It's not okay. We've seen him plenty. He does not fit in. Maybe he fits in one day, but if you're talking playoff basketball, I would rather have Cam Johnson not be a starter.
It's weird to say, hey, try this with 19 games left because this isn't the time of the season to experiment with stuff. But what do you think Cam Johnson's mindset would be if he were to be a player off the bench? First, you got to swallow the pride and say, all right, that's a little bit of a kick in the nuts. I was a starter, and now I'm not a starter anymore as we're getting ready to go for the playoffs. Mentally, that would be a hurdle he'd have to get over. But mindset-wise, basketball mindset, dude, he's playing bad because he's putting too much pressure on himself.
Yes.
He's like, I have to perform. I can't let my guys down. You then become a bench player, and it's not like you go, oh, I can do whatever I want now. But your minimal, your time on the floor with Joker is minimal, and I don't want it to feel like there's pressure with everybody on Nikola, but with Cam, he's showing it, and it's self-inflicted.
Yes.
So I'm asking here is like, hey, does he take a little bit of pressure off of himself when DA goes, hey, you're coming off the bench, and now I have two guys coming off the bench that just have a green light to catch and shoot whenever they want in Timmy and Cam?
Think of this as tryouts. I don't want to say deserve because We're talking about guys that play a game and get paid millions upon millions of fully guaranteed
There's no
money.
deserved.
There's no deserved, but I will say earn. Nikola, Jamal, yeah. Christian Brown earn a spot as a starter?
Yeah.
Okay. Aaron Gordon earn a spot as a starter?
Yeah.
Peyton Watson earn a spot as a starter?
Much more than Cameron Johnson.
There's your answer. It's not as simple as being like, well, that's why he was the plan changed. The plan changed, and he changed the plan because he's not been good enough, and now he's in his own head about how terrible he's been. And so it's like, go get yourself right on the bench. Go get yourself right with limited minutes. But don't screw this team over in the postseason when it's going to matter most.
His responsibilities right now are to cut without the basketball, be a good team player, curl, catch, and shoot, facilitate when you have the ball in your hands. You could take all of that off of his plate. Hey, you're the seventh man coming off the bench because Timmy's going to get that first chance. Come in and shoot the ball. That's all I need you to do. Come in and shoot the ball. Rebound because he's got some length. Come in, shoot the ball, and get some of those longer rebounds. Take stuff off of his plate until he gets more comfortable with what his role is. I don't think it's that difficult to make the decision. One quick text, and we'll get to more of these later on the disrespectful moments. Our boy Jack Jordan, this is a good one because we all hate the guy equally. Remember when Winfield Jr. gave the peace sign to Tyreek Hill in the Super Bowl on his way to the end zone? That was a good one.
Yeah.
Because Tyreek had been doing it all year with his stupid speed. Nice work, Jack Jordan. That is an A-plus text right there. All right, Cecil, we're going to talk about the tampering window opening up. By the time we get on air Monday morning, right when we crack these mics, the tampering window will open. Who do we want to hear about ASAP? What player or position group do the Broncos need to attack? That's coming up next.
How will the Nuggets fare over this crucial 7-game stretch against playoff opponents?
In 7 games, are they going to even win 4? The bare minimum. The minimum is 4 of these 7. So think of it like a playoff series. This is a playoff series against playoff teams and the Sixers. Are they advancing or no? And I'm a little worried, man.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
You know, Shayna, when our grandparents opened Williams Jewelers in 1947, they had one guiding philosophy.
It's true. From a simple jewelry repair to that very important diamond engagement ring, we treat every customer like family.
Because you're sharing your life with us. That's the only way we know how to do business. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. We're generational jewelers, creating heirlooms for the next generation.
Whether you're looking for that perfect diamond engagement ring, fine Swiss watch, or a custom piece, or that once-in-a-lifetime treasure,
we're here to make all your precious moments unforgettable. 3 generations of fine jewelry expertise right here in Colorado.
If you can dream it, it's here at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Because we're not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
we're Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that but is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Running a business is hard enough. Odoo makes it easier with one simple, all-in-one platform. Start today at odoo.com. ODOO.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 1 starting at 6:30. Saturday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Boise State with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami of Ohio in Game 2 starting at 5:30. And Sunday on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU women's basketball plays starting at 8.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Another great jam here from old Kevin Kistner. I love seeing these disrespectful texts, by the way, coming in. That's fun. We'll spend a bunch of time at 145 going through a bunch of these.
Why aren't we getting more baseball ones?
I don't know. That's a
Nolan
good question.
Ryan was great.
Yeah.
And might be the most disrespectful
Who was
moment in all of sports when he's beating up Robin Ventura at the mound.
Was that guy's Drew? You ever Roughneck Odor or something? Remember when he clocked dude at second base and pretty much put him on his ass? That was pretty disrespectful, too.
It was Jose Batista, I think.
That's it. It was Batista.
Rougned Odor, yeah. And that was after Batista did the bat flip.
Right.
We celebrated home run in the playoffs.
Yes. And then remember, Batista got up like he was a tough guy, squaring up, and Odor said, "I'm about that."
Yeah.
And then
Let's
dropped
go.
him with one shot.
Yeah, that was good.
I'll give you a
awesome.
baseball one. 4th of July, a couple years ago. Brandon Stokely chirping in someone's ear. That person gets up to the plate, hits a walk-off home run.
That person's name was Kevin Kistner. It
was me.
That's nice right there, Kev. You were disrespectful. First, he was disrespectful to you,
Yeah.
and then you paid it forward to
Yep.
Mr. Stokely.
Yeah. Disrespect on disrespect.
And he was just emceeing, right? He didn't play?
He played early on.
Oh, it was the next year where he retired from playing.
Well, he retired twice, apparently.
Oh.
Came out of retirement and came back.
Remember when bat flips were seen as disrespectful?
Yeah.
I've always loved bat flips. Like
I think they're cool as hell.
I think they're what you should do when you have that moment. But there was a time and there was a moment where like, no. Stuffy old baseball fan was like, no. You can't do that. I'm like, why not?
If I hit a home run, dude, I'm cartwheeling up the first base line. I'm celebrating that nonsense.
You got to run around the bases with your bat, like in Major League.
Like you're a T-ball kid.
Yeah.
You never throw it.
You can
never let it go.
You hit one out. You do whatever you want.
I like that rule. I'm down with that rule. All right, one more thing before we talk about Broncos. You didn't throw your name on here. Do it for us, 303-807. Disrespectful. SGA being top 5 in the NBA MVP discussion. That's disrespectful. That's nice work right there. Pulling on my heartstrings. If you hate OKC, we're cool for life. Nice work, 807. All right, Cease, got to ask you the question. Love to get the tribe involved on this one, too, on the RamosLaw.com text line and our YouTube page. Monday, right when we sit down and turn this microphone on and we're hitting them with the hello, beautiful people, the tampering window will be open. What do you need to see? Not even want. What do you need to see by the time we take our first time out at 10:10 a.m. on Monday?
Yeah, I need to see a report that the Broncos are adding Tyler Algier or the Broncos are adding Travis Etienne. I do not believe that Kenneth Walker will be that guy, and there's argument to be made. Andrew Mason wrote about it at DenverSports.com that Walker should not be the guy. So, give me a splashy running back. There's two.
Okay.
I want one of those two guys, and I hate to be that specific, and I do appreciate the idea of adding a Brian Robinson or, adding another back via free agency. I brought up Austin Eckler on Bose board, but I need splash. I need that number one guy. I need the guy that could lead the backfield and let RJ do RJ things. That is either Travis Etienne or Tyler Algier. So there's two names, and there's one position. I want running back.
Okay.
Splashy running back.
And I don't have a lot of pushback for you because if we got here Monday at 10:10 or 10 a.m. and by 10:10 they had decided who their running back was going to be, we're going to celebrate that because it's a room that certainly needs an upgrade. So I like your answer a lot. I'm going to go a little bit off the board and go with a tight end. And look, I got Isaiah Likely up on my board. I've told you how much I like a guy in Dallas Goedert, obviously a little bit longer in the tooth, but that would mean terms would be a little shorter, and it might, if it were Dallas Goedert over Isaiah Likely, I'd feel better about the immediate impact because there's some unknown to what Likely is as a full-time starter. But I need that middle of the field to be utilized so that Cortland can get used more. Your dude Marvin can show us what he actually has in the tank as a wide receiver threat. And yes, I know Davis Webb's going to have the opportunity to get Evan Ingram unlocked. But, dude, you've been saying it. I'm going to steal one of your terms. You're on the doorstep. I don't have time to wait for Evan Ingram to figure it out. I don't really give a damn about Evan Ingram figuring it out. Whatever tight end figures it out unlocks 16 different things for this offense, so go get me one by 10:10 a.m.
Yeah, and the fact that we're not talking about ILB is interesting because Monday it might be like, hey, they got Devin Lloyd. Which would also be very worthy of celebrating, but we had a choice. I chose running back because it's correct. You chose tight end.
Because it's correct.
Okay. Nobody's saying ILB, though.
Kevin Kistner, you going ILB or you want to go another direction?
Because it very well could be ILB.
I'm going long snapper. I'm kidding. For me, it's got to be, we got to make a splash here, Broncos. It needs to be a running back like Travis Etienne, Kenneth Walker, or Tyler Algier. It's got to be somebody big like that. You have to make a splash. You're in the AFC Championship, which is the last time it snowed, coincidentally, today. I watched the Broncos not be able to run the ball when everyone knew they were going to run the ball with Jarrett Stidham. I need a running back to where, hey, we're running the ball. We're still going to get those few yards that we need. Both guys, Jaleel McLaughlin and RJ Harvey, both averaged under 3 yards a carry in the AFC Championship. That has to be better. And I really don't want them to be like, we're going to pass on those guys. We're okay. We'll draft a guy and bring back J.K. Dobbins. I don't want to run it back again. I want splash. I want to be in the splash zone, water world.
Nice pull.
Yeah, I want to be in the splash zone. Make it splash here, man.
Real quick, because it's just happening from Adam Schefter. Is Joe Mixon that guy? He just got released by the Texans because they got who did Houston get?
Dave Montgomery.
Dave Montgomery, yeah.
Why do you want Joe Mixon when he's out there getting in mysterious Everyone thinks it's an ATV accident.
And then he hit it, had a surgery, and hit
then
that
he
too.
hit it, had the surgery. It didn't go well. He finally fessed up to the team. This is rumors, full disclosure, rumor, that Joe Mixon was injured on an ATV, got surgery without the team knowing. It botched the surgery, told the team, fessed up to him. They got pissed. He didn't play all last year, and now he's released. So Joe Mixon is what they like to say, damaged goods.
Yeah, that's a little scary when you're trying to hide something from the team like that.
Right.
I believe that's got to be
a violation of your contract. Yeah.
So they're probably getting out free and clear here if Joe Mixon made the mistake that it looks like he might have made. All right, let's get back to some of our most disrespectful texts in sports. That's going to be fun to wrap up the show with. Plus, get you set for what the weekend will be. The Avs, a major weekend in front of them at Dallas tonight at 6. Sunday, little afternoon delight at noon against those pesky Minnesota Wild. And then, of course, the Nuggets. They got their second half of a back-to-back tonight against the New York Knicks. Then they're going to be off for the weekend. But let's talk about what both of these teams have in front of them and our expectations for these teams coming up next.
Calling all wrestling fans. Now's your chance to win your way into the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. First, head to DenverSports.com/Superfan to register. Then tune in every hour to see if your name is called. If you hear your name, you have 10 minutes to call us back and be entered into the grand prize drawing. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Future therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Winter isn't over just yet. In Colorado, your furnace has one job: to keep you warm. If it's been a while since your last tune-up, you're rolling the dice. Stoke here. ROX Rocks Heating and Air is local and honest. Get your furnace tuned up before the cold settles back in for only $39. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today or schedule online. Keep your home warm, keep your family safe, but only with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Hot foot it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Do you have at least 1 month worth of food in your pantry? If not, you should definitely go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. My Patriot Supply is America's #1 supplier of long-term storable food. They've helped over 3 million Americans get prepared. And for a limited time, when you order their best-selling 4-week food supply, you'll get an additional week of food absolutely free. There's no catch, but act fast because this offer ends soon. Claim your free emergency food kit now at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043.
Bringing that up, plus your thoughts on what the Nuggets and Avs are going to do this weekend. That's all coming here before we're out of here at 2 o'clock, and the drive gets in here. Zach By, Philip Lindsay, those boys are going to get you home today. Remember, take it easy, nice and slow. Let everybody get home safe and with our cars in all of our pieces.
Is it disrespectful when LeBron flops all the time over everything? Yeah. The flop last night is so funny because he doesn't even realize, like, which arm should I fake that I hurt. So he, like, grabs himself, he, like, hugs himself, laying down. And if I'm sitting courtside on baseline, I'm calling him a clown.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not doing anything to get thrown out. I'm not cussing, right? But I'm just being like, hey, clown, get up. You're fine.
Yeah.
Stop faking it. Like, I know there's etiquette or whatever, but if I ever had that happen in front of me, if you're a fan, how can you not just call him out?
I'll tell you what's disrespectful. LeBron James ruining the All-Star game.
Yeah.
LeBron James ruining the dunk contest.
Yeah.
LeBron James being in the same conversation as Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. His shoes, his hairline. I got a few things we could go on here, man.
His hairline, he spray painted it, right?
He's actually doing the right thing by starting to shave it finally. Just
He
go
should
bald.
just shave it. That's what MJ like. I have gorgeous hair.
You do.
I have gorgeous hair. And if I were to ever lose my hair, and looking at my grandpas, like my grandpa Cecil did go a little bit bald towards the end. My grandpa Paul, and I'm named after both my grandpas, he had his full head of hair, and I think he had a little bit of a bald spot. So it's like, okay, when that happens to me, I'm bicking it.
Yeah.
And I've got, I have an ugly, ugly shape of a head because it's round and it's fat. So I literally have like wrinkles in the back of my head.
Yeah.
When I used to shave my head and like, you know, get the nice zero over in the back, and the nice fade, you know what I mean? High and tight flat top is what I always get. I'd have people be like, I tried, but like my head is so fat. There's like, I look like a pug.
Yeah.
So if I ever have that on the back of my head, it's just like all this fat and wrinkles. And lots of head space. So,
Dude, I'm a couple more centimeters of this forehead going back from just bicking it and seeing where I'm at. Got a lot of real estate
just
going
bick
on
it and
up
go
here.
for it. Your hairline isn't that far back. You always say that, and I look at your hair. I'm like, no, it's not.
Not
no, it's
terrible.
Not. Now, when you pull your hair back, you do.
Yeah,
you know,
I did that for a couple years.
You'll run that risk. That's why I usually try to wear a hat, not necessarily pull my hair back. But whatever, man. I'm just LeBron is such an embarrassment. Like, how do you not feel like a baby? There's another word I'd use, but like, how do you not feel like a total baby when you flop? You're huge. You're a mountain of a man. You're incredibly strong. Yet you act like a baby on the basketball court.
Yeah.
Like, as a man, like seriously, as a man, am I calling out LeBron's manhood? Yeah. But as a man, how do you continue doing that?
Yeah. Real fast, like this has got to be an 18-year-old texter. LeBron craps on Kobe, and it's not even close. Kobe being a bleep hole doesn't make him great. Tell me you never watched Kobe Bryant play basketball without telling me you never watched Kobe Bryant play basketball.
Did Joey just text?
That was Joey.
I mean,
Poor
I know,
Joey
I know he loves some LeBron, but at the same time, like, seriously, though, as a man, because we all have, like,
That's a cute text.
that's why I think shame, yeah, that is cute. That's why I think shame is not necessarily a bad thing. Because, like, if I'm acting like a baby or whatever, you're going to call me out on it. If anybody doing a baby thing, Spivak's going to call him out. Like, you got to have your buddies to, like, call you out and be like, hey, you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
Why isn't someone telling LeBron, like, you look like a fool. You look like a garbage basketball player trying to flop and be a baby. Like, seriously. Like, I'm having a serious conversation, like a serious question, because you'd have to. Kevin Hart, why aren't you saying something? Right? Why isn't one of his friends being like, dude, you probably should stop that. You make the game of basketball look bad.
Well, the main reason, the people in his circle, he pays them to be around, and nobody's going to
do they have to sign NDAs too?
It depends on what he's asking.
Ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Depends on
his
what
words,
he's
not
asking.
mine. His words, not mine.
All right, we'll read a couple more texts, then give you a preview. But let's give our final name for the week in our Superfan Send-Off contest. Michelle, we got a lady. Michelle Nira. We're looking for you, Michelle Nira. You could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world, thanks to our friends over at 303 Law 4040. You got to call us back, Michelle Nira. And the phone number, you ready, is 303-713-1043. And if you do it in the next 10 minutes, your name goes in the drawing for the Superfan Send-Off Grand Prize. That's a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver to Vegas, 2 nights hotel, and how about $500 preloaded on a Visa gift card? That's what's on the line for you, Michelle Nira. You got to call us back, though, 303-713-1043. If you haven't signed up like Michelle has, what are you waiting on? Get to DenverSports.com/superfan, sign up, and then listen, because we're calling names every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. during the week. Get there, get signed up. Michelle Nira, give us a call back. All right, real fast. You asked for some baseball ones. I forgot about this, too. A couple people texted in. My boy Rodney from North Glen. Remember when Zimmer got tossed? It wasn't Pedro that tossed him, right? On the first baseline over there. And he was like, I don't know how old he was, but he had a bunch of gray hair, and he like grabbed him by that big old head of his and just tossed him to the ground. That was it's disrespectful because he's old, but Zimmer was the one going at him.
Yeah, right.
That's like play dumb games, you win dumb prizes, old fella.
I think that's a rule in life.
Yeah, it definitely is. So keep those coming. That's good. So someone said, really, Dover? Hairline comments from you? And then they're talking about Mike Evans in their text before. I think that's where they're going there.
Yeah. Mike Evans' hairline is disappointing.
That's true. Mike Evans' takes were disappointing this week. That's for sure.
And we can give Mike crap because we're his
That's
boys.
right.
I
That's
mean,
right.
I would fight tooth and nail for Mike Evans. When I see him taking L's, like there were stupid people on Twitter telling him to like kill himself.
That's crazy.
That's stupid. Don't be stupid, okay? 2 rules in life. Don't be dumb. Don't be in a cult. But we can give Mike Evans grief. Y'all can give Mike Evans grief, but just like don't go over that line. That's just stupidity.
I just a rule of life, unless somebody has like actually assaulted you or someone that you love, trying to get someone fired from their job is about the weakest, most cowardly move a person can do.
Wait, somebody tried to get Evans fired?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
More
What a
than
bunch of
one,
babies.
to be honest.
What a bunch of babies.
Just
like,
weak sauce.
Yeah, don't do that. We'll work on Mike. We'll make sure that he has the right thing to
we'll
say
work
about
on
Gabe
it.
Landeskog, but like let us work on Mike.
Yeah. Another
Mike
one.
Evans is an OG, man. He's top dollar.
Legend in this market. D-Mart texts in. This just happened. This wasn't last year. A couple years ago. Myles Garrett hitting Buddy with his own helmet takes the cake.
Oh.
Remember it was a joint practice, wasn't it?
No. It was in a game. Mason Rudolph.
Oh,
And
that's right.
the word is...
And there was another one in a joint practice.
And Mason denied it. The Mason Rudolph thing he missed, by the way, because if he connected, that's Mason Rudolph didn't have a helmet on because it was his helmet.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett connects on that, Mason Rudolph's dead. Now, the word, and Mason denied this, but apparently he said...
Or he said the word?
He said the word, yeah. Now, again,
Can't say that.
Mason denied it, and I don't know how that, if they talk today or whatever. Don't know about that. But, yeah, that was definitely a moment in sports, that's for sure. Because there's been a lot of moments. Sports has such high emotion. That's where you get those disrespectful moments. That's where you get AI with the step over. That's where you get, any sort of dunk, any sort of like a little bit of extra. And that's what we love. I mean, that's part of the excitement of sports, is so that you can do something, impossible, and then you can talk about it a little bit. It's okay. I like that. What I don't like is when Riley Moss does incomplete when it had nothing to do with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just because the pass was thrown into your direction and the guy dropped it, don't go incomplete. Like, technically, you're right, but you didn't do anything on that play, Riley. So I like it in sports when we get a little bit of that sports disrespect, and it's kind of fun to go down memory lane a little bit.
By the way, Kevin told me it was Aaron Donald that did it in a joint practice. Remember I think it might have been the next year that he did it, tried to hit a dude with the helmet. Okay. That's a dangerous, dangerous move.
I know people around Aaron Donald that were worried about him post-football of like, okay, he's angry.
Yeah.
So hopefully, he's happy now.
I just saw a workout video of that dude. He's still a freaking monster of a human being. He does not have human DNA.
Yeah. It's like James Harrison. Those guys are just going to be workout warriors.
Yeah, 100%. All right, Cecil, let's talk about it. What do we got in front of us tonight? And then, of course, Sunday for the Colorado Avalanche. Let's start with the Nuggets because it's their lone game of the weekend. Knicks tonight at 7, then they're going to be off for the weekend. Again, if you're just joining us, Aaron Gordon, questionable. Spencer Jones, questionable. Cameron Johnson has been questionable. With AG, he still wants to play, and this is pretty typical, he's going to go through his pregame warm-up and routine, and then he's going to let the trainers know how he's feeling. They'll do their work and tell DA yay or nay he can play. Even if he does, it's going to be on a pitch count, minute restriction, if you will, but getting him back in the mix will be a major factor. Maybe, just maybe, you see Payton Watson coming back with the same thing, a minute restriction on Monday or at some point next week. But you got the Knicks. They're a good basketball team, too. They are coming over from, obviously, East Coast, playing on a bit of a road trip here. I like the Nuggets to win this game if you show up with the same intent and energy that you did last night. Doesn't mean you have to start 11-0 and Jamal scores 9 points in 3 minutes, but every single quarter, you have to show up and throw the first punch, not wait to get your nose hit, eyes watering a little bit before you decide to show up.
Right. I would like less turnovers tonight from Nikola Jokic. That's my main thing I'm going to be watching. How do you start the game? How do you close the game? Those are all questions with this team. Can they put in another clutch performance? But Joker's got to stop getting rid of the ball. He's got to stop being careless with the basketball. And his teammates got to be better about moving without the ball. Like, it's kind of a combination of everything. I'm not completely blaming Joker, but also at the same time, we can recognize he's the best Denver Nugget of all time. And he's got to play a little bit better, even with the triple doubles. Like, stop having 9 turnovers, dude. It's way too many.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cut that in half.
Well, and then, like I said, you're going to get Aaron back. Joker can get some help. He's got to hold on to the dang basketball.
Right.
He can get some help from the guys that just kind of, they get into this stand-around mode. When you're on offense and Nikola Jokic is on the floor, if you stay in the same spot for more than 3 seconds, your ass should be on the bench. It's just not how this team operates when Nikola Jokic has the basketball in his
And
hands.
did I see that Stan Van Gundy accused a ref of not making calls to frustrate?
Ed Malloy was getting crushed last night, a lot by Jake Shapiro, which I really loved on Twitter.
Yes.
And he said at one point, I'll paraphrase, wow, this has got to be personal for Ed Malloy because you don't miss a call like that. And I was like, damn, Stan, just letting loose on these referees.
Give me one of those Van Gundys, man.
Yeah,
like
right?
I'm partial to Jeff Van Gundy, but like Stan, he'll drop some stuff as well.
It was actually nice.
Well,
to hear.
and what we're seeing now is everyone's pushing their butt into Nikola Jokic and trying to essentially it's like a dirty box out. Not that kind of dirty. Get your mind out of the gutter. But it's like
it's Friday, dude. That's where my mind lives.
It's just like, is that all we're gonna see now? We're going to see little defender, big defender, frustrating Joker. We've seen hack a Joker. That's been his whole career. But now, seemingly, it's like, when he doesn't have the ball, I'm just going to go push my butt into him and move him out of the way, and he's going to get frustrated and, like, jump on my back.
Follow on top of him, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, oh, God. The NBA got some stuff to clean up.
Fix it. And then the Avs side, Cease, doesn't get much bigger than this weekend. Dallas tonight at 6.
Huge.
You're in their barn. Sunday, noon, afternoon delight, Minnesota coming to your barn.
Huge.
What do you need to see from this team? Are we going 2-0 again like we talked about with these Nuggets? Are we okay with 3 points if they force overtime tonight?
I'm more confident in the Avs and their tougher matchups, even in this stretch of games for the Denver Nuggets, which includes OKC on Monday. So maybe Monday I have a different conversation here, but I've got more confidence in the Avs to get it done, but I want to see how the power play looks. I can't say the power play's fixed. I don't think any of us should or can say the power play is fixed. They've done some things, putting Marty Netchus in Nate's usual spot. Nate moving around, being a little bit more active, the team not looking for the perfect pass, the team not, hesitating because Nate hasn't touched the puck yet. Is the power play fixed? Do we see more signs that it's fixed?
I don't know that we could say it's fixed even by Monday.
Right.
But they're taking steps in the right direction.
Yes. Do you want to see a little bit more? Do you want to see Marty get more in? These are all parts of the conversation. And other than that, what are your concerns? What are your worries? Not concerned about goaltending, not concerned about scoring, not concerned about speed. It's just, are you playing with better discipline? We've seen penalties become a problem. Now, their PK is more than fine. Their power play stinks. Their PK is more than fine. But how about you don't put yourself in position where you have to PK? Put yourself in position by playing a little bit more disciplined hockey. And Gabe has cleaned it up. After Olympic break, Gabe was tackling guys and stuff, which I suppose was disappointing to Mike Evans. But okay, play with a better mindset in terms of discipline.
Got to see that tonight, see how Nick Waugh fits in on that third line. Again, Brett Kulak, we forgot about him because he's just been out of sight, out of mind in the best possible
Which is a good
way.
thing. Yeah.
We'll see what that looks like. 3 points would feel good. 4 is obviously best, but it's going to be a tough test tonight in Dallas, and then a little revenge on their mind coming up on Sunday. And we'll be all over it right here on KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, as the drive slides in here.
What's up, boys?
Oh,
Happy
we got
Friday,
breaking
man.
news? I think we have some breaking news. I think it's actually gone down. Drew Spivak, can you give us Drew Spivak just in my ear said that Nazem Kadri has just been traded to the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah. No, stop.
So it's been in the queue, and now an hour later, it's official. Drew, tell us what you know.
Apparently, so. Literally, it's from Elliot Friedman, the source. Nazem Kadri back to the Colorado Avalanche.
Wow.
What?
And no
details other than that, but just Naz is coming back.
An hour after it's actually going down. So Drew explained to us, you got to submit the trade to the NHL. It sits in the queue. The NHL goes through, you were first, then Zach. Let's approve everything, the trade, and then just go through the line. 61 minutes later, they get to the Avs and Nazem Kadri.
Wow.
Let's
go. Amazing.
This is not a drill. Oh, my gosh. That just made my day.
So many questions, though. So, because we have a 3C. So it's Kadri. So what is Kadri? Kadri's going to be our 3C. So I guess I'm confused.
So I see what you're saying.
Yes.
You're saying yesterday's move, we just assumed that Wah was going to be the 3C.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Wah could probably play the wing if this is the case, or was Val a part of this deal? Does Val go back to Calgary? At this point, we have more questions than answers.
I think Drew's onto something there, that somebody leaving is the plug and play for Nazem.
Okay, and I was trying to get my headphones on and scrambling. We don't know what went out in the trade?
Elliot Freeman has it 1 minute ago. Nazem Kadri back to the Colorado Avalanche, and that's all that's been shared.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Wow.
Whoa.
Look at C-Mac working.
Wow.
He's a genius, man.
Chris McFarland bringing back Nazem Kadri. I'm so curious what is retained salary-wise by the Flames.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that you're going to have a 3C making $7 million a year for the next 3 years. That makes no sense, and there's no precedent for it. No 3C has ever been paid $7 million a year. That doesn't compute.
No.
So what's the other shoe that's going to drop here? One, from what did you give up for him? And two, what is he now making here moving forward? Because this dude's under contract, like I said, for 3 more seasons.
And he's 35 years old.
35 years
Val's
old.
got to be part of this, right? Did Chris McFarland just said it right from the decision they made in the past, which was essentially Nichushkin or Kadri? They chose Val.
They did.
Now are they choosing Nas? Val's got to be a part of this. With Nicholas Waugh here, this is all very strange. It comes out an hour after the deadline's over.
And a money match, you're right. There's got to be a big player involved with this because of Nas's contract,
right?
And where the Avalanche were with their salary cap space.
Could it be 2 players?
Maybe Ross Colton and Val Nichushkin.
Maybe. God, we have to find the other piece.
Waiting for details. Yeah,
because this is hard. Obviously,
it's a celebration, though. I'll tell you that.
No doubt about it. But what exactly are we celebrating, in the full frame?
Well, is there any combination that would disappoint you? No. They trade Val and Ross Colton. Am I disappointed? No.
I mean, your top.
We got Nazem Kadri.
Yeah. Your top 6, you just take Val out and add Nas, and it's a left-handed shot, so you're solving second. Still solid in your top 6, and have an option on the right side for your power play 1.
Oh, but Big Val out the door in this scenario.
If it's true, we don't know. We don't know.
We don't know.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know if I like because Val, like, although he's been quiet, but he's also had been doing his part. If you go in and you look at the score sheet, like, he's putting up his points, and he's a big body.
He is.
Like, do you really want to let him walk too?
If it means bringing Nas back and fixing the power play, I will take that.
Man, so Nazem Kadri back with the Colorado Avalanche.
Even if it's not, Nas is still playing on power play 1,
Yes.
2 as that left-handed shot, so you're checking one of those boxes.
Wow. So I'm looking at Val's numbers right now, and I know in general it hasn't been any sort of banner season for him.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Val has never been like a monster point guy. Like, Val has never had a 54-point season. I think his career high was 53. And that was in the 23-24 campaign. And this year's 36 and 51 games. Here's what I'll say about Val Nichushkin.
That's honestly better than I thought.
Yeah,
But that's
it
what I'm saying,
actually
it's quiet,
is.
but he's
good
actually
call,
putting
Phil.
some points on.
And you guys know this to be true. When they picked Val over, and just to be clear, we don't know if Val is going out in this trade, but that was the scuttlebutt. That's what Adrian Dater was reporting. He was saying that they had swapped. How did he put it? I forget the phrase that he put it in terms of swapping information. All the proprietary information was shared. So the Calgary was doing a deep dive on all the stuff with Val, from injury history to the addiction stuff that we don't know. Because like we technically still don't know what his addiction was. We can guess and surmise, but we actually don't know. So that was a report. And my guess is if you're that far along into a trade where you're sharing that deep like state information with each other, chances are it didn't get nixed at the 11th hour and then you rearrange all the principles involved and it's a new package of players. Like, my guess is if you were that far down the road
Just
with Val
logically.
Nichushkin, like, again, just deducing, we might get news here from Elliot Friedman or someone else saying, hey, Val Nichushkin's going to Calgary.
This might be best case scenario. What if Jack Drury's involved in this with some future assets? You slide Nick Waugh back to that 4th line, and now Nas is still your 3rd line center, and your 4th line's Parker Kelly, Nick Waugh, and Logan O'Connor.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a championship lineup right there. It's like it just, I don't even know if the Avs needed to do anything, but this is, you are pot committed here. Bringing Nazem Kadri back, and some would say righting a wrong, and I wanted to get this thought out of my head too, and you guys know this to be true. This is what I was winding up to say. When the Avs won the Cup in 2022, Val Nichushkin arguably was the Conn Smythe winner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, he was that good, and he was so young and such a physical, daunting talent. There was a thought at the time, I remember being told, hey, this guy is going to be one of the 5 best players in the sport. Now, that didn't turn out to be true, but that was a forecast that didn't sound crazy at the time that it was said, and he just never got back to that point, ever. He never got back to that point. And obviously, we know what happened the next year in Seattle and the mystery involved with that. That's an E60 unto itself. And then you have the follow-up year where he messes up again. And then this was the first year. Much as we say, hey, this is the first year for Gabe Landeskog playing a full season since XYZ, you could have said the same thing about Val. This was going to be the first full season since the Cup run where he was clean, but he just wasn't the same. He just hasn't been the same player. So, you know, I'm not, like, at the time the Avs made the decision, I thought it was the right decision based on age and trajectory.
Yeah.
It turned out to not be the case. And if you have a chance to put the toothpaste back in that tube in a way that almost never happens in pro
The
sports,
Avs would be the first
holy
team to be able to do
smokes.
something like that.
And this goes back to Chris McFarland, Josh, what you just said. Like, dude, if this dude figures out a way to do this, like, it's an all-timer.
How many GMs across sports, not just hockey, get a chance to right their wrong?
Right.
2% maybe in the history of the world?
And here's the thing, not to, like, come at someone's poster, but you're right and Joe Sakic's wrong. Sakic was the general manager at the time.
Zach. Good call.
And so, like, it's one of these things where, man, I don't know. I'm elated, but I just don't know.
I do know
Who's out the
something.
door?
I know this. You better win the damn cup now.
Yes.
You get Nazem Kadri, there is zero excuse. Zero excuse. Because I always say they haven't made it past the second round except one time with Nathan McKinnon. Spivak gets mad at me and like, well, they needed this and this happened. And okay, well, what's your excuse now? You have zero excuse. We better have a damn parade.
You know what else I wonder? We talked about this with Drew off air. If I'm Nazem Kadri, I'm like, hey, like I get it. I signed the big fat contract, but there were some reports that he's going to be upset if he doesn't go.
Yes.
And you wonder how much of, hey, it's noon. Why haven't I been talked about yet?
Come
and
on.
now that's one of the reasons it's so late.
Wow.
What
All
a
right.
day. What a day.
Breaking news. Nazem Kadri on his way back to Denver, Colorado to rejoin the Avalanche. You cannot